The Turmoil Part 2 by Booth Tarkington. Chapter 23. Bibbs continued to live in the shelter of his dream. He had told Edith, after his ineffective effort to be useful in her affairs, that he had decided that he was a member of the family. But he appeared to have relapsed to the retired list after that one attempt at participancy. He was far enough detached from membership now. These were turbulent days in the new house, but Bibbs had no part whatever in the turbulence. He seemed an absent-minded stranger, present by accident and not wholly aware that he was present. He would sit, faintly smiling over pleasant imaginings and dear reminiscences of his own, while battle raged between Edith and her father, or while Sheridan unloosed jeremiads upon the sullen Roscoe, who drank heavily to endure them. The happy dreamer wandered into storm areas like a somnambulist, and wandered out again unawakened. He was sorry for his father, and for Roscoe, and for Edith, and for Sybil. But their sufferings and outcries seemed far away. Sybil was under Gurney's care. Roscoe had sent for him on Sunday night, not long after Bibbs returned the abandoned wraps. And during the first days of Sybil's illness, the doctor found it necessary to be with her frequently, and to install a muscular nurse. And whether he would or no, Gurney received from his hysterical patient a variety of pungent information which would have staggered anybody but a family physician. Among other things, he was given to comprehend the change in Bibbs, and why the zinc-eater was not putting a lump in the operator's gizzard, as of yore. Sybil was not delirious. She was a thin little eagle writhing and shrieking in pain. Life had hurt her and had driven her into hurting herself. Her condition was only the adult's terrible exaggeration of that of a child after a bad bruise. There must be screaming and telling mother all about the hurt and how it happened. Sybil babbled herself hoarse when Gurney withheld morphine. She went from the beginning to the end in a breath. No protest stopped her. Nothing stopped her. "You ought to let me die," she wailed. "It's cruel not to let me die. What harm have I ever done to anybody that you want to keep me alive? Just look at my life. I only married Roscoe to get away from home, and look what that got me into. Look where I am now. He brought me to this town, and what did I have in my life but his family? And they didn't even know the right crowd. If they had, it might have been Sompnin. I had nothing in the world. I wanted to have a good time, and how could I? Where's any good time among these Sheridans? They never even had wine on the table. I thought I was marrying into a rich family where I'd meet attractive people I'd read about, and travel, and go to dances, and oh my Lord, all I got was these Sheridans. I did the best I could. I did indeed. Oh, I did. I just tried to live. Every woman's got a right to live. Some time in her life, I guess. Things were just beginning to look brighter. We'd moved up here, and that frozen crowd across the street were after Jim for their daughter, and they'd have started us with the right people, and then I saw how Edith was getting him away from me. She did it too. She got him. A girl with money can do that to a married woman. Yes, she can, every time. And what could I do? What can any woman do in my fix? I couldn't do anything but try to stand it, and I couldn't stand it. I went to that icicle, that Vertrees girl, and she could have helped me a little, and it wouldn't have hurt her. It wouldn't have done her any harm to help me that little. She treated me as if I'd been dirt that she wouldn't even take the trouble to sweep out of her house. Let her. Wait! Sybil's voice, hoarse from babbling, became no more than a husky whisper, though she strove to make it louder. She struggled half upright, and the nurse restrained her. I'd get up out of this bed to show her she can't do such things to me. I was absolutely ladylike, and she walked out and left me there alone. She'll see. She started after Bibbs before Jim's casket was fairly underground, and she thinks she's landed that poor loon. But she'll see, if I'm ever able to. walk across the street again. I'll show her how to treat a woman in trouble that comes to her for help. It wouldn't have hurt her any. It wouldn't. It wouldn't. And Edith needn't have told what she told Roscoe. It wouldn't have hurt her to let me alone. And H.E. told her I bored him telephoning him. I wanted to see him. He needn't have done it. He needn't. Her voice grew fainter for that while, with exhaustion, though she would go over it all again as soon as her strength returned. She lay panting, then seeing her husband standing disheveled in the doorway. "Don't come in, Roscoe," she murmured. "I don't want to see you." And as he turned away, she added, "I'm kind of sorry for you, Roscoe." Her antagonist, Edith, was not more coherent in her own wailings, and she had the advantage of a mother for listener. She had also the disadvantage of a mother for duenna. And Mrs. Sheridan, under her husband's sharp tutelage, proved an effective one. Edith was reduced to telephoning Lamhorn from shops whenever she could juggle her mother into a momentary distraction over a counter. Edith was incomparably more in love than before Lamhorn's expulsion. Her whole being was nothing but the determination to hurdle everything that separated her from him. She was in a state that could be altered by only the lightest and most delicate diplomacy of suggestion, but Sheridan, like legions of other parents, intensified her passion and fed it hourly fuel by opposing to it an intolerable force. He swore she should cool, and thus set her on fire. Edith planned neatly. She fought hard every other evening with her father, and kept her bed between times to let him see what his violence had done to her. Then, when the mere sight of her set him to breathing fast, she said pitiably that she might bear her trouble better if she went away. It was impossible to be in the same town with Lamhorn and not think always of him. Perhaps in New York she might forget a little. She had written to a school friend, established quietly with an aunt in apartments, and a month or so of theaters and restaurants might bring peace. Sheridan shouted with relief. He gave her a copious check, and she left upon a Monday morning wearing violets with her mourning and having kissed everybody goodbye except Sybil and Bibbs. She might have kissed Bibbs, but he failed to realize that the day of her departure had arrived, and was surprised on returning from his zinc eater that evening to find her gone. "I suppose they'll be married there," he said casually. Sheridan, seated, warming his stockinged feet at the fire, jumped up, fuming. "Either you go out of here or I will, Bibbs." He snorted. "I don't want to be in the same room with the particular kind of idiot you are. She's through with that riffraff. All she needed was to be kept away from him a few weeks, and I kept her away, and it did the business. For heaven's sake, go on out of here." Bibbs obeyed the gesture of a hand still bandaged, and the black silk sling was. Still round Sheridan's neck, but no word of Gurney's, and no excruciating twinge of pain could keep Sheridan's hand in the sling. The wounds, slight enough originally, had become infected the first time he had dislodged the bandages, and healing was long delayed. Sheridan had the habit of gesture. He could not take time to remember, he said, that he must be careful, and he had also a curious indignation with his hurt. He refused to pay it the compliment of admitting its existence. The Saturday following Edith's departure, Gurney came to the Sheridan building to dress the wounds and to have a talk with Sheridan, which the doctor felt had become necessary. But he was a little before the appointed time and was obliged to wait a few minutes in an anteroom. There was a directors' meeting of some sort in Sheridan's office. The door was slightly ajar, leaking cigar smoke and oratory, the latter all Sheridan's, and Gurney listened. "No, sir. No, sir. No, sir." He heard the bid voice rumbling, and then breaking into thunder. "I tell you, no." Some of you men make me sick. You'd lose your competence in Almighty God if a doodlebug flipped his hind leg at you. You say money's tight all over the country. Well, what if it is? There's no reason for it to be tight, and it's not going to keep our money tight. You're always running to the woods to hide your nickels in a crack because some fool newspaper says the market's a little scary. You listen to every street corner croaker and then come and sit here and try to scare me out of a big thing. We're in on this, understand? I tell you there never was better times. These are good times and big times, and I won't stand for any other kind of talk. This country's on its feet as it never was before, and this city's on its feet and going to stay there. And Gurney heard a series of whacks and thumps upon the desk. Bad times, Sheridan vociferated with accompanying thumps. Rabbit talk. These times are glorious, I tell you. We're in the promised land, and we're going to stay there. That's all, gentlemen. The loan goes. The directors came forth, flushed and murmurous, and Gurney hastened in. His guess was correct. Sheridan had been thumping the desk with his right hand. The physician scolded wearily, making good the fresh damage as best he might, and then he said what he had to say on the subject of Roscoe and Sybil, his opinion meeting, as he expected, a warmly hostile reception. But the result of this conversation was that by telephonic command Roscoe awaited his father an hour later in the library at the new house. Gurney says your wife's able to travel, Sheridan said brusquely as he came in. Yes. Roscoe occupied a deep chair and sat in the dejected attitude which had become his habit. Yes, she is. Edith had to leave town, and so Sybil thinks she'll have to too. Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Roscoe protested drearily. No, I hear you wouldn't. There was a bitter jibe in the father's voice, and he added, It's a good thing she's going abroad if she'll stay there. I shouldn't think any of us want her here any more, you least of all. It's no use your talking that way, said Roscoe. You won't do any good. Well, when are you coming back to your office? Sheridan used a brisker, kinder tone. 3 weeks since you showed up there at all. When you going to be ready to cut out whiskey and all the rest of the foolishness and starting again? You ought to be able to make up for a lot of lost time and a lot of spilt milk when that woman takes herself out of the way and lets you and all the rest of us alone. It's no use, Father, I tell you. I know what Gurney was going to say to you. I'm not going back to the office. I'm done. Wait a minute before you talk that way. Sheridan began his sentry go up and down the room. I suppose you know it's taken 2 pretty good men about 16 hours a day to set things straight and get 'em running right again, down in your office. They must be good men. Roscoe nodded indifferently. I thought I was doing about 8 men's work. I'm glad you found 2 that could handle it. Look here. If I worked you, it was for your own good. There are plenty men drive harder than I do. And, yes, there are some that break down all the other men that work with them. They either die or go crazy or have to quit and are no use the rest of their lives. The last my case, I guess, complicated by domestic difficulties. You sit there and tell me you give up. Sheridan's voice shook, and so did they. Gesticulating hand which he extended appealingly toward the despondent figure. Don't do it, Roscoe. Don't say it. Say you'll come down there again and be a man. This woman ain't going to trouble you anymore. The work ain't going to hurt you if you haven't got her to worry you, and you can get shut of this nasty whiskey guzzling. It ain't fastened on you yet. Don't say it's no use on earth, Roscoe mumbled. No use on earth. Look here. If you want another month's vacation, I know Gurney told you, so what's the use talking about vacations? Gurney! Sheridan vociferated the name savagely. It's Gurney, Gurney, Gurney. Always Gurney. I don't know what the world's comin' to with everybody running around squealin'. The doctor says this and the doctor says that. It makes me sick. How's this country expect to get its work done if Gurney and all the other old nanny goats keep up this blattin'? Oh, oh, don't lift that stick o' wood. You'll ruin your nerves. So he says you got nervous exhaustion induced by overwork and emotional strain. They always got to stick the work in if they see a chance. I reckon you did have the emotional strain, and that's all's the matter with you. You'll be over it soon's this woman's gone, and work's the very thing to make you quit frettin' about her. Did Gurney tell you I was fit to work? Shut up, Sheridan bellowed. I'm so sick of that man's name, I feel like shootin' anybody that says it to me. He fumed and chafed, swearing indistinctly, then came and stood before his son. Look here, do you think you're doing the square thing by me? Do you? How much you worth? I've got between 7,000 and 8,000 a year clear of my own, outside the salary. That much is mine whether I work or not. It is? You could have pulled it out without me, I suppose you think, at your age? No. But it's mine, and it's enough. My lord, it's about what a congressman gets, and you want to quit there. I suppose you think you'll get the rest when I kick the bucket, and all you have to do is lay back and wait. You let me tell you right here, you'll never see 1 cent of it. You go out of business now, and what would you know about handling it 5 or 10 or 20 years from now? Because I intend to stay here a little while yet, my boy. They'd either get it away from you, or you'd sell for a nickel and let it be split up. And he whirled about, marched to the other end of the room, and stood silent a moment. Then he said solemnly, Listen, if you go out now, you leave me in the lurch with nothing on God's green earth to depend on but your brother, and you know what he is. I've depended on you for it all since Jim died. Now you've listened to that damned doctor, and he says maybe you won't ever. Be as good a man as you were, and that certainly you won't be for a year or so, probably more. Now, that's all a lie. Men don't break down that way at your age. Look at me, and I tell you, you can shape this thing off. All you need is a little jet-up and a little gumption. Men don't go away for years and then come back into moving businesses like ours. They lose the strings. And if you could, I won't let you if you lay down on me now. I won't. And that's because if you lay down, you prove you ain't the man I thought you were. He cleared his throat and finished quietly. Roscoe, will you take a month's vacation and come back and go to it? No, said Roscoe listlessly. I'm through. All right, said Sheridan. He picked up the evening paper from a table, went to a chair by the fire, and sat down, his back to his son. Goodbye. Roscoe rose, his head hanging, but there was a dull relief in his eyes. Best I can. Do, he muttered, seeming about to depart, yet lingering. I figure it out a good deal like this, he said. I didn't know my job was any strain, and I managed all right, but from what I hear, I was just up to the limit of my nerves from overwork, and the trouble at home was the extra strain that's fixed me the way I am. I tried to brace so I could stand the work and the trouble too, on whiskey, and that put the finish to me. I'm not hitting it as hard as I was for a while, and I reckon pretty soon, if I can get to feeling a little more energy, I better try to quit entirely. I don't know. I'm all in, and the doctor says so. I thought I was running along fine up to a few months ago, but all the time I was ready to bust and didn't know it. Now then, I don't want you to blame Sybil. And if I were you, I wouldn't speak of her as that woman, because she's your daughter-in-law and going to stay that way. She didn't do anything wicked. It was a shock to me, and I don't deny it, to find what she had done, encouraging that fellow to hang around her after he began trying to flirt with her and losing her head over him the way she did. I don't deny it was a shock, and that it'll always be a hurt inside of me. I'll never get over. But it was my fault. I didn't understand a woman's nature. Poor Roscoe spoke in the most profound and desolate earnest. A woman craves society and gaiety and meeting attractive people and traveling. Well, I can't give her the other things, but I can give her the traveling, not just going to Atlantic City or New Orleans the way she has 2-3 times. A woman has to have something in her life besides a businessman, and that's all I was. I never understood till I heard her talking when she was so sick, and I believe if you'd heard her then you wouldn't speak so hard-heartedly about her. I believe you might have forgiven her like I have. That's all. I never cared anything for any girl but her in my life, but I was so busy with business, I put it ahead of her. I never thought about her, I was so busy thinking business. Well, this is where it's brought us to, and now when you talk about business to me, I feel the way you do when anybody talks about Gurney too. You. The word business makes me dizzy. It makes me honestly sick at the stomach. I believe if I had to go downtown and step inside that office door, I'd fall down on the floor, deathly sick. You talk about a month's vacation, and I get just as sick? I'm rattled. I can't plan. I haven't got any plans, can't make any, except to take my girl and get just as far away from that office as I can and stay. We're going to Japan first, and if we... His father rustled the paper. I said goodbye, Roscoe. Goodbye, said Roscoe listlessly. Chapter 24. Sheridan waited until he heard the sound of the outer door closing. Then he rose and pushed a tiny disc set in the wall. Jackson appeared. Has Bibbs got home from work? Miss Bibbs? No, sir. Tell him I want to see him soon as he comes. Yes, sir. Sheridan returned to his chair and fixed his attention fiercely upon the newspaper. He found it difficult to pursue the items beyond their explanatory rubrics. There was nothing unusual or startling to concentrate his attention. Motorman puts blame on brakes. 3 killed when car slides. Burglars make big haul. Board works approve big car line extension. Hold up men. Injured 2. Man found in alley, skull fractured. Sickening story told in divorce court. Plan new 18-story structure. Schoolgirl meets death under automobile. Negro cuts 3. 1 dead. Life crushed out. 3rd elevator. Accident insane building causes action by coroner. Declare militia will be menace. Polish Society's protest to governor and church rioting case. Short $3,500 in accounts. Trusted man kills self with drug. Found frozen. Family without food or fuel. Baby dead when parents return home from seeking work. Minister returned from trip abroad lectures on big future of our city. Sees big improvement during short absence. Says no European city holds candle. Sheridan nodded approvingly here. Bibbs came through the hall whistling and entered the room briskly. Well, father, did you want me? Yes. Sit down. Sheridan got up and Bibbs took a seat by the fire holding out. His hands to the crackling blaze, for it was cold outdoors. I came within 7 of the shot record today, he said. I handled more strips than any other workman has any day this month. The nearest to me is 16 behind. There, exclaimed his father, greatly pleased. What'd I tell you? I'd like to hear Gurney hint again that I wasn't right in sending you there. I would just like to hear him. And you ain't you ashamed of making such a fuss about it? Ain't you? I didn't go at it in the right spirit the other time, Bibbs said, smiling brightly, his face ruddy in the cheerful firelight. I didn't know the difference it meant to like a thing. Well, I guess I've pretty thoroughly vindicated my judgment. I guess I have. I said the shop'd be good for you. And it was. I said it wouldn't hurt you, and it hasn't. It's been just exactly what I said it would be. Ain't that so? Looks like it. Bibbs agreed gaily. Well, I'd like to know any place I've been wrong, first and last. Instead of hurting you, it's been the making of you physically. You're a good inch taller'n what I am, and you'd be a bigger man than what I am if you get some flesh on your bones, and you are getting a little. Physically, it started you out to be the huskiest one of the whole family. Now then, mentally, that's different. I don't say it unkindly, Bibbs, but you got to do something for yourself mentally, just like what's begun physically, and I'm going to help you. Sheridan decided to sit down again. He brought his chair close to his son's and, leaning over, tapped Bibbs's knee confidentially. I got plans for you, Bibbs, he said. Bibbs instantly looked thoroughly alarmed. He drew back. I'm all right now, Father. Listen. Sheridan settled himself in his chair and spoke in the tone of a reasonable man reasoning. Listen here, Bibbs. I had another blow today, and it was a hard one and right in the face, though I have been expecting it some little time back. Well, it's got to be met. Now I'll be frank with you. As I said a minute ago, mentally I couldn't ever called you exactly strong. You've been a little weak both ways most of your life. Not, but what I think you got a mentality if you'd learn to use it. You got willpower. I'll say that for you. I never knew boy or man that could be stubborner, never one in my life. Now then, you've showed you could learn to run that machine best of any man in the shop in no time at all. That looks to me like you could learn to do other things. I don't deny but what it's an encouraging sign. I don't deny that at all. Well, that helps me to think the case ain't so hopeless as it looks. You're all I got to meet this blow with. But maybe you ain't as poor material as I thought. You're telling me about coming within 7 strips of the shop's record today looks to me like encouraging information brought in at just about the right time. Now then, I'm going to give you a raise. I wanted to send you straight on up through the shops a year or two maybe, but I can't do it. I lost Jim, and now I've lost Roscoe. He's quit, he's laid down on me. If he ever comes back at all, he'll be a long time picking up the strings, and anyway, he ain't the man I thought he was. I can't count on him. I got to have somebody I can count on. And I'm down to this, you're my last chance. Bibbs, I got to learn you to use what brains you got and see if we can't develop 'em a little. Who knows? And I'm going to put my time in on it. I'm going to take you right downtown with me. And I won't be hard on you if you're a little slow at first. And I'm going to do the big thing for you. I'm going to make you feel you got to do the big thing for me in return. I've vindicated my policy with you about the shop. And now I'm going to turn right around and swing you. Way over ahead of where the other boys started, and I'm going to make an appeal to your ambition that'll make you dizzy. He tapped his son on the knee again. Bibbs, I'm going to start you off this way. I'm going to make you a director in the Pump Works Company. I'm going to make you vice president of the Realty Company and a vice president of the Trust Company. Bibbs jumped to his feet, blanched. Oh no, he cried. Sheridan took his dismay to be the excitement of sudden joy. Yes, sir. And there's some pretty fat little salaries goes with those vice presidencies, and a pinch of stock in the pump company with the directorship. You thought I was pretty mean about the shop. Oh, I know you did. But you see the old man can play it both ways. And so right now, the minute you've begun to make good the way I wanted you to, I deal from the new deck. and I'll keep on handing it out bigger and bigger every time you show me you're big enough to play the hand I deal. I'm starting you with a pretty big one, my boy, but I don't want it, Bibbs stammered. What'd you say? Sheridan thought he had not heard aright. I don't want it, father. I thank you. I do thank you. Sheridan looked perplexed. What's the matter with you? Didn't you understand what I was telling you? Yes. You sure? I reckon you didn't. I offered, I know, but I can't take it. What's the matter with you? Sheridan was half amazed, half suspicious. Your head feel funny? I've never been quite so sane in my life, said Bibbs, as I have lately. And I've got just what I want. I'm living exactly the right life. I'm earning my daily bread, and I'm happy in doing it. My wages are enough. I don't want any more money, and I don't deserve any damnation. Sheridan sprang up. You've turned socialist. You've been listening to those fellows down there, and you— No, sir. I think there's a great deal in what they say, but that isn't it. Sheridan tried to restrain his growing fury, and succeeded partially. Then what is it? What's the matter? Nothing, his son returned nervously. Nothing except that I'm content. I don't want to change anything. Why not? Bibbs had the incredible folly to try to explain. I'll tell you, father, if I can. I know it may be hard to understand. Yes, I think it may be, said Sheridan grimly. What you say usually is a little that way. Go on. Perturbed and distressed, Bibbs rose instinctively. He felt himself at every possible disadvantage. He was a sleeper clinging to a dream, a rough hand stretched to shake him and waken him. He went to a table and made vague drawings upon it with a finger, and as he spoke he kept his eyes lowered. You weren't altogether right about the shop, that is. In one way you weren't, father. He glanced up apprehensively. Sheridan stood facing him, expressionless, and made no attempt to interrupt. That's difficult to explain, Bibbs continued, lowering his eyes again, to follow the tracings of his finger. I believe the shop might have done for me this time if something hadn't helped me to bear it, but to be happy in it. Well, I am happy in it. I want to go on just as I am. And of all things on earth that I don't want to live a business life. I don't want to be drawn into it. I don't think it is living, and now I am living. I have the healthful toil and I can think. In business as important as yours, I couldn't think anything but business. I don't think making money is worthwhile. Go on, said Sheridan curtly, as Bibbs paused timidly. It hasn't seemed to get anywhere, that I can see, said Bibbs. You think the city is rich and powerful, but what's the use of its being rich and powerful? They don't teach the children any more in the schools because the city is rich and powerful. They teach them more than they used to because some people, not rich and powerful people, have thought the thoughts to teach the children. And yet, when you've been reading the paper, I've heard you objecting to the children being taught anything except what would help them to make money. You said it was wasting the taxes. You want them taught to make a living, but not to live. When I was a little boy, this wasn't an ugly town. Now it's hideous. What's the use of being big just to be hideous? I mean, I don't think all this is meant really going ahead. It's just been getting bigger and dirtier and noisier. Wasn't the whole country happier and in many ways wiser when it was smaller and cleaner and quieter and kinder? I know you think I'm an utter fool, father, but after all, though, aren't business and politics just the housekeeping part of life? And wouldn't you despise a woman that not only made her housekeeping her ambition, but did it so noisily and dirtily that the whole neighborhood was in a continual turmoil over it? And suppose she talked and thought about her housekeeping all the time and was always having additions built to her house when she couldn't keep clean what she already had. And suppose with it all, she made the house altogether unpeaceful and unlivable. Just 1 minute, Sheridan interrupted, adding with terrible courtesy, if you will permit me, have you ever been right about anything? I ask the simple question, have you ever been right about anything, whatever in the course of your life? Have you ever been right upon any subject or question you've thought about and talked about? Can you mention one single time when you were proved to be right? He was flourishing the bandaged hand as he spoke, but Bibbs said only, if I've always been wrong before, surely there's more chance that I'm right about this. It seems reasonable to suppose something would be due to bring up my average. Yes, I thought you wouldn't see the point. And there's another, you probably couldn't see, but I'll take the liberty to mention it. You've been balking all your life. Pretty much everything I ever wanted you to do, you'd let out some kind of a holler, like you are now. And yet I can't seem to remember once when you didn't have to lay down and do what I said. But go on with your remarks about our city and the business of this country. Go on. I don't want to be a part of it, said Bibbs with unwonted decision. I want to keep to myself, and I'm doing it now. I couldn't if I went down there with you. I'd be swallowed into it. I don't care for money enough to— No, his father interrupted, still dangerously quiet. You've never had to earn a living. Anybody could tell that by what you say. Now, let me remind you, you're sleeping in a pretty good bed, you're eating pretty fair food, you're wearing pretty fine clothes. Just suppose one of these noisy housekeepers, for instance, decided to let you do your own housekeeping. May I ask what your proposition would be? I'm earning $9 a week, said Bibbs sturdily. It's enough, I shouldn't mind at all. Who's paying you that $9 a week? My work, Bibbs answered, and I've done so well on that clipping machine I believe I could work up to 15 or even 20 a week at another job. I could be a fair plumber in a few months, I'm sure. I'd rather have a trade than be in business, I should, infinitely. You better set about learning one pretty damn quick. But Sheridan struggled with his temper and again was partially successful in controlling it. You better learn a trade over Sunday, because you're either going down with me to my office Monday morning or you can go to plumbing. All right, said Bibbs gently. I can get along. Sheridan raised his hand sardonically as in prayer. Oh God, he said, this boy was crazy enough before he began to earn his $9 a week, and now his money's gone to his head. Can't you do nothing for him? Then he flung his hands apart, palms outward, in a furious gesture of dismissal. Get out of this room. You got a skull that's thicker'n a whale's thigh bone, but it's cracked spang all the way across. You hated the machine shop so bad when I sent you there. You went and stayed sick for over 2 years, and now, when I offer to take you out of it and give you the mint, you holler for the shop like a calf for its mammy. You're cracked. Oh, but I got a fine layout here. One son died, one quit, and one's a loon. The loon's all I got left. H. P. Ellersley's wife had a crazy brother, and they undertook to keep him at the house. First morning he was there, he walked straight, though a $10 plate glass window out into the yard. He says, oh, look at the pretty dandelion, that's what you're doing. You want to spend and you want to. Life saying, oh, look at the pretty dandelion, and you don't care a tinker's damn what you bust. Well, mister, loon or no loon, cracked and crazy or whatever you are, I'll take you with me Monday morning and I'll work you and learn you. Yes, and I'll lamb you, if I got to, until I've made something out of you that's fit to be called a businessman. I'll keep at you while I'm able to stand, and if I have to lay down to die, I'll be whisperin' at you till they get the embalmin' fluid into me. Now go on, and don't let me hear from you again till you can come and tell me you've waked up, you poor pitiful, dandelion-pickin' sleepwalker." Bibbs gave him a queer look. There was something like reproach in it, for once. But there was more than that. He seemed to be startled by his father's last word. Chapter 25. There was sleet that evening with a whopping wind, but neither this storm nor that other which so imminently threatened him held place in the consciousness of Bibbs Sheridan when he came once more to the presence of Mary. All was right in his world as he sat with her, reading Maurice Maeterlinck's Aladine and Palamedes. The sorrowful light of the gas jet might have been May morning sunshine flashing amber and rose through the glowing windows of the Sainte Chapelle. It was so bright for Bibbs. And while the zinc eater held out to bring him such golden nights as these, all the king's horses and all the king's men might not serve to break the spell. Bibbs read slowly, but in a reasonable manner, as if he were talking, and Mary, looking at him steadily from beneath her curved fingers, appeared to discover no fault. It had grown to be her habit to look at him whenever there was an opportunity. It may be said, in truth, that while they were together and it was light, she looked at him all the time. When he came to the end of Aladine and Palamedes, they were silent a little while, considering together. Then he turned back the pages and said, "There's something I want to read over. This, you would think I threw a window open on the dawn. She has a soul that can be seen around her that takes you in its arms like an ailing child, and without saying anything to you, consoles you for everything. I shall never understand it all. I do not know how it can all be, but my knees bend in spite of me when I speak of it." He stopped and looked at her. "You boy," said Mary, not very clearly. "Oh, yes," he returned, "but it's true, especially my knees." "You boy," she murmured again, blushing charmingly. "You might read another." Line over. "The first time I ever saw you, Bibbs, you were looking into a mirror. Do it again. But you needn't read it. I can give it to you, a little Greek slave that came from the heart of Arcady. I'm one of the hands at the pump works, and going to stay one, unless I have to decide to study plumbing. No." She shook her head. "You love and want what's beautiful and delicate and serene. It's really art that you want in your life, and have always wanted. You seemed to me, from the first, the most wistful person I'd ever known, and that's what you were wistful for." Bibbs looked doubtful and more wistful than ever, but after a moment or two the matter seemed to clarify itself to him. "Why, no," he said. "I wanted something else more than that. I wanted you." "And here I am," she laughed, completely understanding. "I think we're like those two in the cloister and the hearth. I'm just the rough Burgundian crossbow man denies, who followed that gentle Gerard and told everybody that the devil was dead." "He isn't, though," said Bibbs, as a hoarse little bell in the next room began a series of snappings which proved to be 10 upon count. "He gets into the clock whenever I'm with you." And, sighing deeply, he rose to go. "You're always very prompt about leaving me." "I try to be," he said. "It isn't easy to be careful not to risk everything by giving myself a little more at a time. If I ever saw you look tired, have you ever?" "Not yet. You always look. You always look." "How?" "Carefree. That's it. Except when you feel sorry for me about something, you always have that splendid look. It puts courage into people to see it. If I had a struggle to face, I'd keep remembering that look, and I'd never give up. It's a brave look, too, as though gaiety might be a kind of gallantry on your part, and yet I don't quite understand why it should be either." He smiled quizzically, looking down upon her. "Mary, you haven't a secret sorrow, have you?" For answer she only laughed. "No," he said, "I can't imagine you with a care in the world. I think that's why you are so kind to me. You have nothing but happiness in your own life, and so you could spare time to make my troubles turn to happiness too. But there's one little time in the 24 hours when I'm not happy. It's now, when I have to say good night. I feel dismal every time it comes. And then, when I've left the house, there's a bad little blankness, a black void, as though I were temporarily dead, and it lasts until I get it established in my mind that I'm really beginning another day that's to end with you again. Then I cheer up, but now's the bad time and I must go through it, and so good night." And he added with a pungent vehemence of which he was little aware, "I hate it, do you?" she said, rising to go to the door with him. But he stood motionless, gazing at her wonderingly. "Mary, your eyes are so—" He stopped. "Yes?" But she looked quickly away. "I don't know," he said. "I thought just then, what did you think?" "I don't know, it seemed to me that there was something I ought to understand, and didn't." She laughed and met his wondering gaze again, frankly. "My eyes are pleased," she said. "I'm glad that you miss me a little after you go." "But tomorrow's coming faster than other days if you'll let it," he said. She inclined her head. "Yes, I'll let it." "Going to church," said Bibbs. "It is going to church when I go with you." She went to the front door with him. She always went that far. They had formed a little code of leave-taking, by habit, neither of them ever speaking of it, but it was always the same. She always stood in the doorway until he reached the sidewalk, and there he always turned and looked back, and she waved her hand to him. Then he went on, halfway to the new house, and looked back again, and, Mary was not in the doorway, but the door was open and the light shone. It was as if she meant to tell him that she would never shut him out. He could always see that friendly light of the open doorway, as if it were open for him to come back if he would. He could see it until a wing of the new house came between, when he went up the path. The open doorway seemed to him the beautiful symbol of her friendship, of her thought of him, a symbol of herself and of her ineffable kindness. And she kept the door open even tonight, though the sleet and fine snow swept in upon her bare throat and arms, and her brown hair was strewn with tiny white stars. His heart leaped as he turned and saw that she was there, waving her hand to him, as if she did not know that the storm touched her. When he had gone on, Mary did as she always did. She went into an unlit room across the hall from that in which they had spent the evening, and, looking from the window, watched him until he was out of sight. The storm made that difficult tonight. But she caught a glimpse of him under the street lamp that stood between the two houses, and saw that he turned to look back again. Then, and not before, she looked at the upper windows of Roscoe's house across the street. They were dark. Mary waited, but after a little while she closed the front door and returned to her window. A moment later 2 of the upper windows of Roscoe's house flashed into light, and a hand lowered the shade of one of them. Mary felt the cold. Then it was the 3rd night she had seen those windows lighted and the shade lowered, just after Bibbs had gone. But Bibbs had no glance to spare for Roscoe's windows. He stopped for his last look back at the open door and, with a thin mantle of white already upon his shoulders, made his way, gasping in the wind, to the lee of the sheltering wing of the new house. A stricken George, muttering hoarsely, admitted him, and Bibbs became aware of a paroxysm within the house. Terrible sounds came from the library, Sheridan cursing as never before, his wife sobbing, her voice rising to an agonized squeal of protest upon each of a series of muffled detonations, the outrageous thumping of a bandaged hand upon wood. Then Gurney, sharply imperious, "Keep your hand in that sling. Keep your hand in that sling, I say. Look." George gasped, delighted to play herald for so important a tragedy, and he renewed upon his face the ghastly expression with which he had first beheld the ruins, his calamitous gesture laid before the eyes of Bibbs. "Look at the middle statue." Gazing down the hall, Bibbs saw heroic wreckage, seemingly Byzantine-painted colossal fragments of the shattered torso, appallingly human, and gilded and silvered heaps of magnificence strewn among ruinous palms like the spoil of a barbarian's battle. There had been a massacre in the oasis, the Moor had been. Hurled headlong from his pedestal. "He hit at a lame statue," said George. "Pow! My father, you sex-suff, POW hit her. And you ma run tell me get Dr. Quicks, I can telephone, she show you pa goin' bust a blood vessel. He ain't takin' on tall now. He ain't nothing tall to what he was while ago. You done missed it, Bibbs. Doctor got him all quiet down to what he was. PAE hitter. Yes, sir." He took Bibbs's coat and proffered a crumpled telegraph form. "Hear what come," he said. "I pick her up when he done stompin' on her. You read her, Miss Bibbs, you. Might tell me, turn her over to you soon's you come in." Bibbs read the telegram quickly. It was for New York and addressed to Mrs. Sheridan. "Sure you will all approve step of taken as was so wretched my health would probably suffered severely. Robert and I were married this afternoon the best have quiet wedding absolutely sure you will understand wisdom of step when you know Robert better am happiest woman in world or better am happiest woman in world are leaving for Florida will wire address when settled will remain till spring love to all father will like him too when knows him like I do. He is just ideal. Edith Lamhorn." Chapter 26. George departed, and Bibbs was left gazing upon chaos and listening to thunder. He could not reach the stairway without passing the open doors of the library, and he was convinced that the mere glimpse of him, just then, would prove nothing less than insufferable for his father. For that reason, he was about to make his escape into the gold and brocade room, intending to keep out of sight, when he heard Sheridan vociferously demanding his presence. "Tell him to come in here. He's out there. I heard George just let him in. Now you'll seek." And tear-stained Mrs. Sheridan, looking out into the hall, beckoned to her son. Bibbs went as far as the doorway. Gurney sat winding a strip of white cotton, his black bag open upon a chair nearby, and Sheridan was striding up and down, his hands so heavily wrapped in fresh bandages that he seemed to be wearing a small boxing glove. His eyes were bloodshot, his forehead was heavily bedewed. One side of his collar had broken loose and there were bloodstains upon his right cuff. "There's our little sunshine," he cried, as Bibbs appeared. "There's the hope o' the family, my lifelong pride and joy." "I want, keep you hand in that sling," said Gurney sharply. Sheridan turned upon him, uttering a sound like a howl. "For God's sake, sing another tune," he cried. "You said you came as a doctor but stay as a friend, and in that capacity you undertake to sit up and criticize me talk sense," said the doctor, and yawned intentionally. "What do you want Bibbs to say? You are sitting up there telling me I got hysterical, oh Lord." You sat up there and told me I got hysterical over nothing. You sat up there telling me I didn't have as heavy burdens as many another man you knew. I just want you to hear this. Now listen. He swung toward the quiet figure waiting in the doorway. Bibbs, will you come downtown with me Monday morning and let me start you with 2 vice presidencies, a directorship, stock, and salaries? I ask you. No, father, said Bibbs gently. Sheridan looked at Gurney and then faced his son once more. Bibbs, you want to stay in the shop, do you, at $9 a week instead of taking up my offer? Yes, sir. And I'd like the doctor to hear, what'll you do if I decide you're too high-priced, a workin' man either to live in my house or work in my shop? Find other work, said Bibbs. There, you hear him for yourself, Sheridan cried. You hear what? Keep you hand in that sling. Yes, I hear him. Sheridan leaned over Gurney and shouted, in a voice that cracked and broke, piping into falsetto. He thinks of being a plombier. He wants to be a plombier. He told me he couldn't think. If he went into business, he wants to be a plumber so he can think. He fell back a step, wiping his forehead with the back of his left hand. There, that's my son. That's the only son I got now. That's my chance to live, he cried, with a bitterness that seemed to leave ashes in his throat. That's my one chance to live that thing you see in the doorway yonder. Dr. Gurney thoughtfully regarded the bandage strip he had been winding and tossed it into the open bag. What's the matter with giving Bibbs a chance to live? He said coolly. I would if I were you. You've had 2 that went into business. Sheridan's mouth moved grotesquely before he could speak. Joe Gurney, he said when he could command himself so far, are you accusing me of the responsibility for the death of my son James? I accuse you of nothing, said the doctor. But just once, I'd like to have it out with you on the question of Bibbs, and while he's here too. He got up, walked to the fire, and stood warming his hands behind his back and smiling. Look here, old fellow, let's be reasonable, he said. You are bound. Bibbs should go to the shop again, and I gave you and him both to understand pretty plainly that if he went it was at the risk of his life. Well, what did he do? He said he wanted to go, and he did go, and he's made good there. Now see, isn't that enough? Can't. You let him off now? He wants to write, and how do you know that he couldn't do it if you gave him a chance? How do you know he hasn't some message, something to say that might make the world just a little bit happier or wiser? He might in time, it's a possibility, not to be denied. Now he can't deliver any message if he goes down there with you, and he won't have any to deliver. I don't say going down with you is likely to injure his health, as I thought the shop would, and as the shop did the first time. I'm not speaking as doctor now anyhow, but I tell you one thing I know. If you take him down there, you'll kill something that I feel is in him, and it's finer, I think, than his physical body, and you'll kill it deader than a doornail. And so why not let it live? You've about come to the end of your string, old fellow. Why not stop this perpetual devilish fighting and give Bibbs his chance? Sheridan stood looking at him fixedly. What fighting? Yours with nature. Gurney sustained the daunting gaze of his fierce antagonist equably. You don't seem to understand that you've been struggling against actual law. What law? Natural law, said Gurney. What do you think beat you with Edith? Did Edith herself beat you? Didn't she obey without question something powerful that was against you? Edith wasn't against you, and you weren't against her, but you set yourself against the power that had her in its grip, and it shot out a spurt of flame, and won in a walk. What's taken Roscoe from you? Timbers bear just so much strain, old man, but you wanted to send the load across the broken bridge, and you thought you could bully or coax the cracked thing into standing. Well, you couldn't. Now here's Bibbs. There are thousands of men fit for the life you want him to lead, and so is he. It wouldn't take half of Bibbs's brains to be twice as good a businessman as Jim and Roscoe put together. What? Sheridan goggled at him like a zany. Your son Bibbs, said the doctor composedly. Bibbs Sheridan has the kind and quantity of gray matter that will make him a success in anything if he ever wakes up. Personally, I should prefer him to remain asleep. I like him that way. But the thousands of men fit for the life you want him to lead aren't fit to do much with the life he owe you to lead. Blindly, he's been fighting for the chance to lead it. He's obeying something that begs to stay alive within him. And, blindly, he knows you'll crush it out. You set your will to do it. Let me tell you something more. You don't know what you've become since Jim's going thwarted you. And that's what was uppermost, a bafflement stronger than your normal grief. You're half mad with a consuming fury against the very self of the law, for it was the very self of the law that took Jim from you. That was a law concerning the cohesion of molecules. The very self of the law took Roscoe from you and gave Edith the certainty of beating you, and the very self of the law makes Bibbs deny you tonight. The law beats you. Haven't you been whipped enough? But you want to whip the law, you've set yourself against it, to bend it to your own ends, to wield it and twist it. The voice broke from Sheridan's heaving chest in a shout, Yes! And by God, I will. So Ajax defied the lightning, said Gurney. I've heard that damn fool story too, Sheridan retorted fiercely. That's for Coldern and niggers. It ain't 20th century, let me tell you. Defied the lightning, did he, the jackass? If he'd been half a man, he'd got away with it. W.E. don't go showing off. Defying the lightning, we hitch it up and make it work for us like a black steer. A man nowadays would just as soon think o' defying Woodshed. Well, what about Bibbs? Said Gurney. Will you be a really big man now? And Gurney, you know a lot about bigness. Sheridan began to walk to and fro again, and the doctor returned gloomily to his chair. He had shot his bolt the moment he judged its chance to strike center was best, but the target seemed unaware of the marksman. I'm trying to make a big man out of that poor truck yonder, Sheridan went on, and you step in, begging me to let him be Lord knows what I don't. I suppose you figure it out that now I got a son-in-law. I mightn't need a son. Yes, I got a son-in-law now, a spender. Oh, put your hand back, said Gurney wearily. There was a bronze inkstand upon the table. Sheridan put his right hand in the sling, but with his left he swept the inkstand from the table, and halfway across the room a comet with a destroying black tail. Mrs. Sheridan shrieked and sprang toward it. "Let it lay!" he shouted fiercely. "Let it lay!" And, weeping, she obeyed. "Yes, sir," he went on, in a voice the more ominous for the sudden hush he put upon it. "I got a spender for a son-in-law. It's wonderful where property goes, sometimes. There was old man Tracy, you remember him, Doc J.R. Tracy, solid banker. He went into the bank as messenger, 17 years old. He was president at 43, and he built that bank with his life for 40 years more. He was down there from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon the day before he died, over 80. Gilt edge, that bank. It was diamond edge. He used to eat a bag of peanuts and an apple for lunch, but he wasn't stingy. He was just living in his business. He didn't care for pie or automobiles. He had his bank. It was an institution, and it come pretty near being the beatin' heart of this town in its time. Well, that old man used to pass one of these here turned up nose and turned up head cigarette boys on the streets. Never spoke to him. Tracy didn't. Speak to him. God! He wouldn't coughed on him. He wouldn't let him clean the cuspidors at the bank. Why, if he'd just seen him standin' in front the bank, he'd had him run off the street. And yet all Tracy was doing every day of his life was working for that cigarette boy. Tracy thought it was for the bank. He thought he was giving his life and his lifeblood and the blood of his brain for the bank, but he wasn't. It was every bit from the time he went in at 17 till he died in harness at 83. It was every last lick of it just slavin' for that turned-up nose, turned-up pants cigarette boy. And Tracy didn't know his name. He died not ever having heard it, though he chased him off the front steps of his house once. The day after Tracy died, his old maid daughter married the cigarette, and there ain't any Tracy Bink anymore. And now his voice rose again, and now I got a cigarette son-in-law. Gurney pointed to the flourishing right hand without speaking, and Sheridan once more returned it to the sling. My son-in-law likes Florida this winter, Sheridan went on. That's good, and my son-in-law better enjoy it, because I don't think he'll be there next winter. They got $12,000 to spend, and I hear it can be done in Florida by rich sons-in-law. When Roscoe's woman got me to spend that much on a porch for their new house, Edith wouldn't give me a minute's rest till I turned over the same to her. And she's got it, besides what I gave her to go east on. It'll be gone long before this time next year, and when she comes home and leaves the cigarette behind for good, she'll get some more. I name ain't Tracy, and there ain't going to be any Tracy business in the Sheridan family. And there ain't going to be any college foundin' and endowin' and trusteein', nor God knows what to. Keep my property alive when I'm gone. Edith'll be back, and she'll get a girl's share when she's through with that cigarette. But, by the way, interposed Gurney, didn't Mrs. Sheridan tell me that Bibbs warned you Edith would marry Lumhorn in New York? Sheridan went completely to pieces, he swore, while his wife screamed and stopped her ears. And as he swore, he pounded the table with his wounded hand, and when the doctor, after storming at him ineffectively, sprang to catch and protect that hand, Sheridan wrenched it away, tearing the bandage. He hammered the table till it leaped. Fool, he panted, choking. If he's shown gumption enough to guess right the first time in his life, it's enough for me to begin learning him on. And, struggling with the doctor, he leaned toward Bibbs, thrusting forward his convulsed face, which was deathly pale. My name ain't Tracy, I tell you, he screamed hoarsely. You give in, you stubborn fool. I've had my way with you before, and I'll have my way with you now. Bibbs's face was as white as his father's, but he kept remembering that splendid look of Mary's which he had told her would give him courage and a struggle, so that he would never give up. No, you can't have your way, he said, and then, obeying a significant motion of Gurney's head, he went out quickly, leaving them struggling. Chapter 27. Mrs. Sheridan, in a wrapper, noiselessly opened the door of her husband's room at daybreak the next morning and peered within the darkened chamber. At the old house they had shared a room, but the architect had chosen to separate them at the new, and they had not known how to formulate an objection, although to both of them something seemed vaguely reprehensible in the new arrangement. Sheridan did not stir, and she was withdrawing her head from the aperture when he spoke. "Oh, I'm awake. Come in if you want to, and shut the door. She came and sat by the bed. I woke up thinking about it, she explained. And the more I thought about it, the surer I got I must be right, and I knew you'd be tormenting yourself if you was awake. So well, you got plenty other troubles, but I'm just sure you ain't going to have the worry with Bibbs it looks like. You bet I ain't, he grunted. Look how biddable he was about going back to the works, she continued. He's a right good-hearted boy, really, and sometimes I honestly have to say he seems right smart, too. Now and then he'll say something sounds right bright. Course, most always it doesn't, and a good deal of the time when he says things, why, I have to feel glad we haven't got company, because they'd think he didn't have any gumption at all. Yet, look at the way he did when Jim got hurt. He took right hold of things. Course he'd been sick himself so much and all. And the rest of us never had, much, and we were kinda green about what to do in that kind of trouble still. He did take hold, and everything went off all right. You'll have to say that much, Papa. And Dr. Gurney says he's got brains, and you can't deny but what the doctor's right considerable of a man. He acts sleepy, but that's only because he's got such a large practice. He's a pretty wide-awake kind of a man some ways. Well, what he says last night about Bibbs. Himself being asleep, and how much he'd amount to if he ever woke up, that's what I got to thinking about. You heard him, Papa. He says Bibbs'll be a bigger businessman than what Jim and Roscoe was put together if he ever wakes up, he says. Wasn't that exactly what he says? I suppose so, said Sheridan without exhibiting any interest. Gurney's crazier'n Bibbs, but if he wasn't, if what he says was true, what of it? Listen, Papa. Just suppose Bibbs took it into his mind to get married. You know where he goes all the time. Oh, Lord, yes. Sheridan turned over in the bed, his face to the wall, leaving visible of himself only the thick grizzle of his hair. You better go back to sleep. He runs over there every minute she'll let him, I suppose. Go back to bed. There's nothing in it. Why ain't there? She urged. I know better there is, too. You wait and see. There's just one thing in the world that'll wake the sleepiest young man alive. Yes, and make him jump up, and I don't care who he is or how sound asleep it looks like he is. That's when he takes it into his head to pick out some girl and settle down and have a home and children of his own. Then I guess he'll go out after the money. You'll see. I've known dozens of cases, and so've you, Mooney. No count young men. All notions and talk, going to be ministers maybe or something. And there's just this one thing takes it out of 'em and brings 'em right down to business. Well, I never could make out just what it is Bibbs wants to be, really. Doesn't seem he wants to be a minister exactly. He's so far away you can't tell, and he never says, but I know this is going to get him right down to common sense. Now, I don't say that Bibbs has got the idea in his head yet, or else he wouldn't be talking that fool talk about $9 a week being good enough for him to live on. But it's common, Papa, and he'll jump for. Whenever you want to hand him out, he will. And I can tell you this much too, he'll want all the salary and stock he can get hold of, and he'll hustle to keep getting more. That girl's the kind that a young husband just goes crazy to give things to. She's pretty and fine looking, and things look nice on her, and I guess she'd like to have 'em about as well as the next. And I guess she isn't getting many these days either, and she'll be pretty ready for the change. I saw her with her sleeves rolled up at the kitchen window the other day, and Jackson told me yesterday their cook left 2 weeks ago, and they haven't tried to hire another one. He says her and her mother been doing the housework a good while, and now they're doing the cooking too. Course, Bibbs wouldn't know that unless she's told him, and I reckon she wouldn't. She's kinda stiffish looking, and Bibbs is too up in the clouds to notice anything like that for himself. They've never asked him to a meal in the house, but he wouldn't notice that, either. He's kind of innocent. Now I was thinking, I don't suppose we've hardly mentioned the girl's name at table since Jim went, but it seems to me maybe if Sheridan flung out his arms, uttering a sound half groan, half yawn. You're barking up the wrong tree. Go on back to bed, Mama. Why am I? She demanded, crossly. Why am I barking up the wrong tree? Because you are. There's nothing in it. I'll bet you, she said, rising. I'll bet you he goes to church with her this morning. What you want to bet? Go back to bed, he commanded. I know what I'm talking about. There's nothing in it, I tell you. She shook her head perplexedly. You think because Jim was running out much with her it wouldn't look right? No. Nothing to do with it. Then do you know something about it that you ain't told me? Yes, I do, he grunted. Now go on. Maybe I can get a little sleep. I ain't had any yet. Well. She went to the door, her expression downcast. I thought maybe, but... She coughed prefatorily. Oh, Papa, something else I wanted to tell you. I was talking to Roscoe over the phone last night when the telegram came, so I forgot to tell you. But, well, Sybil wants to come over this afternoon. Roscoe says she has something she wants to say to us. It'll be the first time she's been out since she was able to sit up, and I reckon she wants to tell us she's sorry for what happened. They expect to get off by the end of the week, and I reckon she wants to feel she's done what she could to kind of make up. Anyway, that's what he said. I phoned him again about Edith, and he said it wouldn't disturb Sybil. Because she'd been expecting it. She was sure all along it was going to happen. And, besides, I guess she's got all that foolishness pretty much out of her, being so sick. But what I thought was, no use being rough with her, Papa. I expect she's suffered a good deal, and I don't think we ought to be on Roscoe's account. You'll you be kind of polite to her, won't you, Papa? He mumbled something which was smothered under the coverlet he had pulled over his head. What? She said timidly. I was just saying I hoped you'd treat Sybil all right when she comes, this afternoon. You will, won't you, Papa? He threw the coverlet off furiously. I presume so, he roared. She departed guiltily. But if he had accepted her proffered wager that Bibbs would go to church with, Mary Vertrees that morning, Mrs. Sheridan would have lost. Nevertheless, Bibbs and Mary did certainly set out from Mr. Vertrees' house with the purpose of going to church. That was their intention, and they had no other. They meant to go to church, but it happened that they were attentively preoccupied in a conversation as they came to the church, and though Mary was looking to the right and Bibbs was looking to the left, Bibbs's leftward glance converged with Mary's rightward glance, and neither was looking far beyond the other at this time. It also happened that, though they were a little jostled among groups of people in the vicinity of the church, they passed this somewhat prominent edifice without being aware of their proximity to it, and they had gone an incredible number of blocks beyond it before they discovered their error. However, feeling that they might be embarrassingly late if they returned, they decided that a walk would make them as good. It was a windless winter morning with an inch of crisp snow. Over the ground. So they walked, and for the most part they were silent. But on their way home, after they had turned back at noon, they began to be talkative again. Mary, said Bibbs after a time, am I a sleepwalker? She laughed a little, then looked grave. Does your father say you are? Yes, when he's in a mood to flatter me. Other times, other names, he has quite a list. You mustn't mind, she said gently. He's been getting some pretty severe shocks. What you've told me makes me pretty sorry for him, Bibbs. I've always been sure he's very big. Yes, big and blind. He's like a Hercules without eyes and without any consciousness except that of his strength and of his purpose to grow stronger. Stronger for what? For nothing. Are you sure, Bibbs? It can't be for nothing. It must be stronger for something, even though he doesn't know what it is. Perhaps what he and his kind are struggling for is something so great they couldn't see it so great. None of us could see it. No, he's just like some blind, unconscious thing heaving underground till he breaks through and leaps out into the daylight, she finished for him cheerily. Into the smoke, said Bibbs. Look at the powder of coal dust already dirtying the decent snow, even though it's Sunday. That's from the little pigs. The big ones aren't so bad on Sunday. There's a fleck of soot on your cheek. Some pig sent it out into the air. He might as well have thrown it on you. It would have been. Braver, for then he'd have taken his chance of my whipping him for it if I could. Is there soot on my cheek, Bibbs, or were you only saying so rhetorically? Is there? Is there? There are soot on your cheeks, Mary, a fleck on each. One landed since I mentioned the first. She halted immediately, giving him her handkerchief, and he succeeded in transferring most of the black from her face to the cambric. They were entirely matter of course about it. An elderly couple, it chanced, had been walking behind Bibbs and Mary for the last block or so, and passed ahead during the removal of the soot. There, said the elderly wife. You're always wrong when you begin guessing about strangers. Those two young people aren't honeymooners at all. They've been married for years. A blind man could see that. I wish I did know who threw that soot on you, said Bibbs, looking up at the neighboring chimneys as they went on. They arrest children for throwing snowballs at the streetcars, but they don't arrest the streetcars for shaking all the pictures in the houses crooked every time they go by, nor for the uproar they make. I wonder what's the cost in nerves for the noise of the city each year. Yes, we pay the price for living in a growing town, whether we have money to pay or none. Who is it gets the pay? Said Bibbs. Not I, she laughed. Nobody gets it. There isn't any pay. There's only money. And only some of the men downtown get much of that. That's what my father wants me to get. Yes, she said, smiling to him and nodding. And you don't want it, and you don't need it. But you don't think I'm a sleepwalker, Mary? He had told her of his father's new plans for him, though he had not described the vigor and picturesqueness of their setting forth. You think I'm right 1,000 times, she cried. There aren't so many happy people in this world, I think. And you say you've found what makes you happy. If it's a dream, keep it. The thought of going down there into the money shuffle I hated as I never hated the shop, he said. I hate it. And the city itself, the city that the money shuffle has made just look at it in winter. The snow's tried hard to make the ugliness bearable, but the ugliness is winning. It's making the snow hideous. The snow's getting dirty on top, and it's foul underneath with the dirt. And disease of the unclean street. And the dirt and the ugliness and the rush and the noise aren't the worst of it. It's what the dirt and ugliness and rush and noise mean that's the worst. The outward things are insufferable, but they're only the expression of a spirit. A blind embryo of a spirit, not yet a soul. Oh, just greed, and this go-ahead nonsense. Oughtn't it all to be a fellowship? I shouldn't want to get ahead if I could. I'd want to help the other fellow to keep up with me. I read something the other day and remembered it for you," said Mary. It was something Burne-Jones said of a picture he was going to paint. "In the first picture I shall make a man walking in the street of a great city, full of all kinds of happy life, children and lovers walking, and ladies leaning from the windows all down great lengths of a street, leading to the city walls. And there the gates are wide open, letting in a space of green field and cornfield in harvest, and all round his head a great rain of swirling autumn leaves blowing from a little walled graveyard." "And if I painted," Bibbs returned, "I'd paint a lady walking in the street of a great city, full of all kinds of uproarious and futile life, children being taught only how to make money, and lovers hurrying to get richer, and ladies who'd given up trying to wash their windows clean, and the gates of the city wide open, letting in slums and slaughter-houses and freight yards, and all round this lady's head a great rain of swirling soot." He paused, adding, thoughtfully, "And yet I be glad that's so, it. It was just as if I were your brother the way you gave me your handkerchief to rub it off for you. Still, Edith never, didn't she?" said Mary, as he paused again. "No, and He contented himself with shaking his head instead of offering more definite information. Then he realized that they were passing the new house, and he sighed profoundly. "Mary, our walk's almost over." She looked as blank. "So it is, Bibbs." They said no more until they came to her gate. As they drifted slowly to a stop, the door of Roscoe's house opened, and Roscoe came out with Sybil, who was startlingly pale. She seemed little enfeebled by her illness, however, walking rather quickly at her husband's side and not taking his arm. The two crossed the street without appearing to see Mary and her companion, and entering the new house, were lost to sight. Mary gazed after them gravely, but Bibbs, looking at Mary, did not see them. "Mary," he said, "you seem very serious. Is anything bothering you?" "No, Bibbs." And she gave him a bright, quick look that made him instantly unreasonably happy. "I know you want to go in," he began. "No, I don't want to. I mustn't keep you standing here, and I mustn't go in with you. But I just wanted to say I've seemed very stupid to myself this morning, grumbling about soot and all that, while all the time Mary, I think it's been the very happiest of all the hours you've given me. I do, and I don't know just why, but it seemed to me that it was one I'd always remember. And you," he added falteringly, "you look so beautiful today. It must have been the soot on my cheek, Bibbs." "Mary, will you tell me something?" he asked. "I think I will." "It's something I've had a lot of theories about, but none of them ever just fits. You used to wear furs in the fall, but now it's so much colder you don't. You never wear them at all anymore. Why don't you?" Her eyes fell for a moment, and she grew red. Then she looked up gaily. "Bibbs, if I tell you the answer, will you promise not to ask any more questions?" "Yes." "Why did you stop wearing them?" "Because I found I'd be warmer without them." She caught his hand quickly in her own for an instant, laughed into his eyes, and ran into the house. Chapter 28. It is the consoling attribute of unused books that their decorative warmth will so often make even a ready-made library the actual living room of a family to whom the shelved volumes are indeed sealed. Thus it was with Sheridan, who read nothing except newspapers, business letters, and figures, who looked upon books as he looked upon bric-a-brac or crocheting when he was at home, and not a bed or eating he was at home, and not a bed or eating he was in the library. He stood in the many-colored light of the stained-glass window at the far end of the long room, when Roscoe and his wife came in, and he exhaled a solemnity. His deference to the Sabbath was manifest, as always, in the length of his coat and the closeness of his Saturday night shave, and his expression, to match this religious pomp, was more than sabbatical. But the most dismaying of his demonstrations was his keeping his hand in his sling. Sybil advanced to the middle of the room and halted there, not looking at him, but down at her muff, in which, it could be seen, her hands were nervously moving. Roscoe went to a chair in another part of the room. There was a deadly silence. But Sybil found a shaky voice, after an interval of gulping, though she was unable to lift her eyes, and the darkling lids continued to veil them. She spoke hurriedly, like an ungifted child reciting something committed to memory, but her sincerity was none the less evident for that. Father Sheridan, you and Mother Sheridan have always been so kind to me, and I would hate to have you think I don't appreciate it from the way I acted. I've come to tell you I am sorry for the way I did that night, and to say I know as well as anybody the way I behaved, and it will never happen again, because it's been a pretty hard lesson, and when we come back, some day I hope you'll see that you've got a daughter-in-law you never need to be ashamed of again. I want to ask you to excuse me for the way I did, and I can say I haven't any feelings toward Edith now, but only wish her happiness and good in her new life. I thank you for all your kindness to me, and I know I made a poor return for it, but if you can overlook the way I behaved, I know I would feel a good deal happier, and I know Roscoe would too. I wish to promise not to be as foolish in the future, and the same error would never occur again to make us all so unhappy if you can be charitable enough to excuse it this time. He looked steadily at her without replying, and she stood before him, never lifting her eyes, motionless, save where the moving fur proved the agitation of her hands within the muff. "All right," he said at last. She looked up then with vast relief, though there was a revelation of heavy tears when the eyelids lifted. "Thank you," she said. "There's something else about something different I want to say to you, but I want Mother Sheridan to hear it too." "She's upstairs in her room," said Sheridan. Roscoe Sybil interrupted. She had just seen Bibbs pass through the hall and begin to ascend the stairs, and in a flash she instinctively perceived the chance for precisely the effect she wanted. "No, let me go," she said. "I want to speak to her a minute first, anyway." And she went away quickly, gaining the top of the stairs in time to see Bibbs enter his room and close the door. Sybil knew that Bibbs, in his room, had overheard her quarrel with Edith in the hall outside, for bitter Edith, thinking the more to shame her, had subsequently informed her of the circumstance. Sybil had just remembered this, and with the recollection there had flashed the deflashed. Thought out of her own experience that people are often much more deeply impressed by words they overhear than by words directly addressed to them. Sybil intended to make it impossible for Bibbs not to overhear. She did not hesitate. Her heart was hot with the old sore, and she believed wholly in the justice of her cause and in the truth of what she was going to say. Fate was virtuous at times. It had delivered into her hands the girl who had affronted her. Mrs. Sheridan was in her own room. The approach of Sybil and Roscoe had driven her from the library, for she had miscalculated her husband's mood, and she felt that if he used his injured hand as a mark of emphasis again in her presence, she would, as she thought of it, have a fit right there. She heard Sybil's step and pretended to be putting a touch to her hair before a mirror. "I was just coming down," she said as the door opened. "Yes, he wants you to," said Sybil. "It's all right, Mother Sheridan. He's forgiven." Me. Mrs. Sheridan sniffed instantly. Tears appeared. She kissed her daughter-in-law's cheek. Then, in silence, regarded the mirror afresh, wiped her eyes, and applied powder. "And I hope Edith will be happy," Sybil added, inciting more applications of Mrs. Sheridan's handkerchief and powder. "Yes, yes," murmured the good woman. "We mustn't make the worst of things. Well, there was something else I had to say, and he wants you to hear it too," said Sybil. "We better go down, Mother Sheridan." She led the way, Mrs. Sheridan following obediently. But when they came to a spot close by Bibbs's door, Sybil stopped. "I want to tell you about it first," she said abruptly. "It isn't a secret, of course, in any way. It's something the whole family has to know, and the sooner the whole family knows it, the better. It's something it wouldn't be right for us all not to understand, and of course, Father Sheridan most of all. But I want to just kind of go over it first with you. It'll kind of help me to see I got it all straight. I haven't got any reason for saying it except the good of the family, and it's nothing to me, one way or the other, of course, except for that. I oughtn't to have behaved the way I did that night. And it seems to me if there's anything I can do to help the family, I ought to, because it would help show I felt the right way. Well, what I want to do is to tell this so's to keep the family from being made a fool of. I don't want to see the family just made use of and twisted around her finger by somebody that's got no more heart than so much ice and just as sure to bring troubles in the long run as Edith's mistake is. Well then, this is the way it is. I'll just tell you how it looks to me and see if it don't strike you the same way." Within the room, Bibbs, much annoyed, tapped his ear with his pencil. He wished they wouldn't stand talking near his door when he was trying to write. He had just taken from his trunk the manuscript of a poem begun the preceding Sunday afternoon, and he had some ideas he wanted to fix upon paper before they maliciously seized the first opportunity to vanish, for they were but gossamer. Bibbs was pleased with the beginnings of his poem, and if he could carry it through he meant to dare greatly with it. He would venture it upon an editor. For he had his plan of life now. His day would be of manual labor, and thinking he could think of his friend, and he could think in cadences for poems. To the crashing of the strong machine, and if his father turned him out of home and out of the works, he would work elsewhere and live elsewhere. His father had the right, and it mattered very little to Bibbs. He faced the prospect of a working man's lodging house without trepidation. He could find a washstand to write upon, he thought, and every evening when he left Mary he would write a little, and he would write on holidays and on Sundays in the Dostabee. Afternoon. In a lodging house at least he wouldn't be interrupted by his sister-in-law's choosing the immediate vicinity of his door for conversations evidently important to herself, but merely disturbing to him. He frowned plaintively, wishing he could think of some polite way of asking her to go away. But as she went on, he started violently, dropping manuscript and pencil upon the floor. "I don't know whether you heard it, Mother Sheridan," she said, "but this old Vertrees house, next door, had been sold on foreclosure, and all they got out of it was an agreement that lets 'em live there a little longer. Roscoe told me, and he says he heard Mr. Vertrees has been up and down the streets more'n 2 years trying to get a job he could call a position and couldn't land it. You heard anything about it, Mother Sheridan?" "Well, I did know they'd been doing their own housework a good while back," said Mrs. Sheridan, "and now they're doing the cooking too." Sybil sent forth a little titter with a sharp edge. I hope they find something to cook. She sold her piano mighty quick after Jim died. Bibbs jumped up. He was trembling from head to foot, and he was dizzy of all the real things he could never have dreamed in his dream. The last would have been what he heard now. He felt that something incredible was happening, and that he was powerless to stop it. It seemed to him that heavy blows were falling on his head and upon Mary's. It seemed to him that he and Mary were being struck and beaten physically, and that something hideous impended. He wanted to shout to Sybil to be silent, but he could not. He could only stand, swallowing and trembling. "What I think the whole family ought to understand is just this," said Sybil sharply. "Those people were so hard up that this Miss Vertrees started after Bibbs before they knew whether he was insane or not. They'd got a notion he might be, from his being in a sanitarium, and Mrs. Vertrees asked me if he was insane, the very first day Bibbs took the daughter out auto-riding." She paused a moment, looking at Mrs. Sheridan, but listening intently. There was no sound from within the room. "No!" exclaimed Mrs. Sheridan. "It's the truth," Sybil declared loudly. "Oh, of course we were all crazy about that girl at first. We were pretty green when we moved up here, and we thought she'd get us in, but it didn't take Emmy long to read her. Her family were down and out when it came to money, and they had to go after it, one way or another, somehow. So she started for Roscoe. But she found out pretty quick he was married, and she turned right around to Jim, and she landed him. There's no doubt about it, she had Jim, and if he'd lived you'd had another daughter-in-law before this, as sure as I stand here telling you the God's truth about it." "Well, when Jim was left in the cemetery, she was waiting out there to drive home with Bibbs. Jim wasn't cold, and she didn't know whether Bibbs was insane or not, but he was the only one of the rich Sheridan boys left. She had to get him." The texture of what was the truth made an even fabric with what was not in Sybil's mind. She believed every word that she uttered, and she spoke with the rapidity and vehemence of fierce conviction. "What I feel about it is," she said, "it oughtn't to be allowed to go on. It's too mean. I like poor Bibbs, and I don't want to see him made such a fool of, and I don't want to see the family made such a fool of. I like poor Bibbs, but if he'd only stop to think a minute himself, he'd have to realize he isn't the kind of man any girl would be apt to fall in love with. He's better looking lately, maybe, but you know how he was just kind of a long white rag in good clothes. And girls like men with some go to 'em, some sort of dashingness anyhow. Nobody." Ever looked at poor Bibbs before, and neither'd she know, seer, not till she'd tried both Roscoe and Jim first. It was only when her and her family got desperate that Bibbs, whiter than when he came from the sanitarium, opened the door. He stepped across its threshold and stood looking at her. Both women screamed. "Oh, good heavens!" cried Sybil. "Were you in there?" "Oh, I wouldn't." She seized Mrs. Sheridan's arm, pulling her toward the stairway. "Come on, Mother Sheridan," she urged, and as the befuddled and confused lady obeyed, Sybil left a trail of noisy exclamations. "Good gracious! Oh, I wouldn't too bad! I didn't dream he was there!" I wouldn't hurt his feelings. Not for the world. Of course he had to know some time. But good heavens, she heard his door close as she and Mrs. Sheridan reached the top of the stairs, and she glanced over her shoulder quickly, but Bibbs was not following. He had gone back into his room. He looked, oh, terrible bad," stammered Mrs. Sheridan. I wish. Still, it's a good deal better he knows about it," said Sybil. "I shouldn't wonder it might turn out the very best thing could happen. Come on." And completing their descent to the library, the two made their appearance to Roscoe and his father. Sybil at once gave a full and truthful account of what had taken place, repeating her own remarks and omitting only the fact that it was through her design that Bibbs had overheard them. "But as I told Mother Sheridan," she said in conclusion, "it might turn out for the very best that he did hear just that way. Don't you think so, Father Sheridan?" He merely grunted in reply and sat rubbing the thick hair on the top of his head with his left hand and looking at the fire. He had given no sign of being impressed in any manner by her exposure of Mary Vertrees's character. But his impassivity did not dismay Sybil. It was Bibbs whom she desired to impress, and she was content in that matter. "I'm sure it was all for the best," she said. "It's over now, and he knows what she is. In one way I think it was lucky, because just hearing a thing that way, a person can tell it's S.O., and he knows I haven't got any axe to grind except his own good and the good of the family." Mrs. Sheridan went nervously to the door and stood there, looking toward the stairway. "I wish I knew what he was doing," she said. "He did look terrible bad. It was like something had been done to him that was I don't know what. I never saw anybody look like he did. He looked so queer. It was like you'd—" She called down the hall, "George!" "Yes, I'm. Were you up in Mr. Bibbs's room just now?" "Yes, I'm. He ring bell. Told me make him fire in his grate. I done bill him nice fire. I reckon he ain't feelin' so well. Yes, I'm." He departed. "What do you expect he wants a fire for?" she asked, turning toward her husband. "The house is warm as can be. I do wish I—" "Oh, quit frettin'," said Sheridan. "Well, I kinda wish you hadn't said anything, Sybil. I know you meant it for the best and all, but I don't believe it would been so much harm if— Mother Sheridan, you don't mean you want that kind of a girl in the family?" "Why, I don't know," the troubled woman quavered. "If he liked her, it seems kind of a pity to spoil it. He's so queer, and he hasn't ever taken much enjoyment. And besides, I believe the way it was, there was more chance of him being willin' to do what Papa wants him to." "If she wants to marry him," Sheridan interrupted her with a hooting laugh. "She don't," he said. "You're barking up the wrong tree, Sybil. She ain't that kind of a girl." "But, Father Sheridan, didn't she—" He cut her short. "That's enough. You may mean all right, but you guess wrong. So do you, Mama." Sybil cried out, "Oh!" "But just look how she ran after Jim." "She did not," he said curtly. "She wouldn't take Jim. She turned him down cold." "But that's impossible." "It's not. I know she did." Sybil looked flatly incredulous. "And you needn't worry," he said, turning to his wife. "This won't have any effect on your idea, because there wasn't any sense to it anyhow. Do you think she'd be very likely to take Bibbs after she wouldn't take Jim? She's a good-hearted girl, and she lets Bibbs come to see her. But if she'd ever given him one sign of encouragement the way you women think, he wouldn't have acted the stubborn fool he has. He'd a been at me long ago, begging me for some kind of a job he could support a wife on. There's nothing in it, and I've got the same old fight with him on my hands. I've had all his life, and the Lord knows what he won't do to balk me. What's happened now? I'll probably only make him twice as stubborn, but—" "Ash!" Mrs. Sheridan, still in the doorway, lifted her hand. "That's his step. He's coming downstairs." She shrank away from the door as if she feared to have Bibbs see her. I wonder," she said, almost in a whisper, "I wonder what he's going to do." Her timorousness had its effect upon the others. Sheridan rose, frowning, but remained standing beside his chair, and Roscoe moved toward Sybil, who stared uneasily at the open doorway. They listened as the slow steps descended the stairs and came toward the library. Bibbs stopped upon the threshold, and with sick and haggard eyes looked slowly from one to the other until at last his gaze rested upon his father. Then he came and stood before him. "I'm sorry you've had so much trouble with me," he said gently. "You won't any more. I'll take the job you offered me." Sheridan did not speak. He stared, astounded and incredulous, and Bibbs had left the room before any of its occupants uttered a sound, though he went as slowly as he came. Mrs. Sheridan was the first to move. She went nervously back to the doorway and then out into the hall. Bibbs had gone from the house. Bibbs's mother had a feeling about him then that she had never known before. It was indefinite and vague, but very poignant. Something in her mourned for him uncomprehendingly. She felt that an awful thing had been done to him, though she did not know what it was. She went up to his room. The fire George had built for him was almost smothered under thick, charred ashes of paper. The lid of his trunk stood open, and the large upper tray, which she remembered to have seen full of papers and notebooks, was empty. And somehow she understood that Bibbs had given up the mysterious vocation he had hoped to follow, and that he had given it up forever. She thought it was the wisest thing he could have done, and yet, for an unknown reason, she sat upon the bed and wept a little before she went downstairs. So Sheridan had his way with Bibbs all through. Chapter 29. As Bibbs came out of the new house, a Sunday trio was in course of passage upon the sidewalk: an ample young woman, placid of face; a black-clad, thin young man whose expression was one of habitual anxiety, habitual weariness, and habitual eagerness. He propelled a perambulator containing the third, and all three were newly cleaned, Sundayfied, and made fit to dine with the wife's relatives. "How'd you like for me to be that young fella, Mama?" the husband whispered. "He's one of the sons, and there ain't but two left now." The wife stared curiously at Bibbs. "Well, I don't know," she returned. "He looks to me like he had his own troubles." "I expect he has, like anybody else," said the young husband. "But I guess we could stand a good deal if we had his money." "Well, maybe, if you keep on the way you been, baby, you'll be as well fixed as the Sheridans. You can't tell." She glanced back at Bibbs, who had turned north. "He walks kind of slow and stooped over like. So much money in his pockets it makes him sag, I guess," said the young husband with bitter admiration. Mary, happening to glance from a window, saw Bibbs coming, and she started, clasping her hands together in a sudden alarm. She met him at the door. "Bibbs," she cried, "what is the matter?" "I saw something was terribly wrong when you look." She paused, and he came in, not lifting his eyes to hers. Always when he crossed that threshold he had come with his head up and his wistful gaze seeking hers. "Ah, poor boy," she said with a gesture of understanding and pity. "I know what it is." He followed her into the room where they always sat, and sank into a chair. "You needn't tell me," she said. "They've made you give up. Your father's won. You're going to do what he wants. You've given up." Still without looking at her, he inclined his head in affirmation. She gave a little cry of compassion and came and sat near him. "Bibbs," she said, "I can be glad of one thing, though it's selfish. I can be glad you came straight to me. It's more to me than even if you'd come because you were happy." She did not speak again for a little while. Then she said, "Bibbs, dear, could you tell me about it? Do you want to?" Still he did not look up, but in a voice, shaken and husky, he asked her a question so grotesque that at first she thought she had misunderstood his words. "Mary," he said, Could you marry me? What did you say, Bibbs? She asked quietly. His tone and attitude did not change. Will you marry me? Both of her hands leaped to her cheeks. She grew red and then white. She rose slowly and moved backward from him, staring at him, at first incredulously, then with an intense perplexity more and more luminous in her wide eyes. It was like a spoken question. The room filled with strangeness and the long silence. The two were so strange to each other. At last she said, "What made you say that?" He did not answer. "Bibbs, look at me." Her voice was loud and clear. "What made you say that? Look at me." He could not look at her, and he could not speak. "What was it that made you?" she said. "I want you to tell me." She went closer to him, her eyes ever brighter and wider with that intensity of wonder. "You've given up to your father," she said slowly. "And then you came to ask me." She broke off. "Bibbs, do you want me to marry you?" "Yes," he said, just audibly. "No," she cried. "You do not. Then what made you ask me? What is it that's happened?" "Nothing." "Wait," she said. "Let me think. It's something that happened since our walk this morning. Yes, since you left me at noon. Something happened that she stopped abruptly, with a tremulous murmur of amazement and dawning comprehension. She remembered that Sybil had gone to the new house. Bibbs swallowed painfully and contrived to say, "I do. I do want you to marry me, if you could." She looked at him and slowly shook her head. "Bibbs, do you?" Her voice was as unsteady as his, little more than a whisper. "Do you think I'm in love with you?" "No," he said. Somewhere in the still air of the room there was a whispered word. It did not seem to come from Mary's parted lips, but he was aware of it. "Why?" "I've had nothing but dreams," Bibbs said desolately, "but they weren't like that. Sybil said no girl could care about me." He smiled faintly, though still he did not look at Mary. "And when I first came home, Edith told me Sybil was so anxious to marry that she'd have married M.E. She meant it to express Sybil's extremity, you see. But I hardly needed either of them to tell me. I hadn't thought of myself as well, not as particularly captivating." Oddly enough, Mary's pallor changed to an angry flush. "Those two!" she exclaimed sharply, and then with thoroughgoing contempt, "Lamhorn, that's like them." She turned away, went to the bare little black mantel, and stood leaning upon it. Presently she asked, "When did Mrs. Roscoe Sheridan say that no girl could care about you?" "Today." Mary drew a deep breath. "I think I'm beginning to understand a little." She bit her lip. There was anger in good truth in her eyes and in her voice. "Answer me once more," she said. "Bibbs, do you know now why I stopped wearing my furs?" "Yes." "I thought so. Your sister-in-law told you, didn't she?" I heard her say, I think I know what happened now." Mary's breath came fast and her voice shook, but she spoke rapidly. "You heard her say more than that. You heard her say that we were bitterly poor, and on that account I tried first to marry your brother, and then, but now she faltered, and it was only after a convulsive effort that she was able to go on. And then that I tried to marry you. You heard her say that, and you believe that I don't care for you and that no girl could care for you. But you think I am in such an extremity, as Sybil was, that you, and so, not wanting me, and believing that I could not want you except for my extremity, you took your father's offer and then came to ask me to marry you. What had I shown you of myself that could make you? Suddenly she sank down, kneeling with her face buried in her arms upon the lap of a chair, tears overwhelming her. Mary, Mary, he cried helplessly. Oh no, you don't understand. I do, though, she sobbed. I do. He came and stood beside her. You kill me, he said. I can't make it plain. From the first of your loveliness to me, I was all self. It was always you that gave, and I that took. I was the dependent, I did nothing but lean on you. We always talked of me, not of you. It was all about my idiotic distresses and troubles. I thought of you as a kind of wonderful being that had no mortal or human suffering except by sympathy. You seemed to lean down out of a rosy cloud to be kind to me. I never dreamed I could do anything for you. I never dreamed you could need anything to be done for you by anybody. And today I heard that you heard that I needed to marry someone, anybody with money, she sobbed. And you thought we were so desperate you believed that I had. No, he said quickly. I didn't believe you'd done one kind thing for me for that. No, no, no. I knew you'd never thought of me except generously to give. I said I couldn't make it plain, he cried despairingly. Wait. She lifted her head and extended her hands to him unconsciously, like a child. Help me up, Bibbs. Then, when she was once more upon her feet, she wiped her eyes and smiled upon him ruefully and faintly, but reassuringly, as if to tell him in that way that she knew he had not meant to hurt her. And that smile of hers, so lamentable but so fatefully friendly, misted his own eyes, for his shamefacedness lowered them no more. Let me tell you what you want to tell me, she said. You can't, because you can't put it into words. They are too humiliating for me, and you're too gentle to say them. Tell me, though, isn't it true? You didn't believe that I tried to make you fall in love with me. Never, never for an instant. You didn't believe I tried to make you want to marry me. No, no, no. I believe it, Bibbs. You thought that I was fond of you. You knew I cared for you, but you didn't think I might be in love with you. But you thought that I might marry you without being in love with you, because you did believe I had tried to marry your brother, and Mary, I only knew for the first time that you were desperately poor, she said. You can't even say that. Bibbs, it was true. I did try to make Jim want to marry me. I did. And she sank down into the chair, weeping bitterly again. Bibbs was agonized. Mary, he groaned, I didn't know you could cry. Listen, she said. Listen till I get through. I want you to understand. We were poor and we weren't fitted to be. We never had been, and we didn't know what to do. We'd been almost rich, there was plenty. But my father wanted to take advantage of the growth of the town. He wanted to be richer, but instead, well, just about the time your father finished building next door, we found we hadn't anything. People say that sometimes, meaning that they haven't anything in comparison with other people of their own kind. But we really hadn't anything. We hadn't anything at all, Bibbs, and we couldn't do anything. You might wonder why I didn't try to be a stenographer, and I wonder myself why, when a family loses its money, people always say the daughters ought to go and be stenographers. It's curious, as if a wave of the hand made you into a stenographer. No, I'd been raised to be either married comfortably or a well-to-do old maid if I chose not to marry. The poverty came on slowly, Bibbs, but at last it was all there, and I didn't know how to be a stenographer. I didn't know how to be anything except a well-to-do old maid or somebody's wife, and I couldn't be a well-to-do old maid. Then, Bibbs, I did what I'd been raised to know how to do. I went out to be fascinating and be married. I did it openly at least, and with a kind of decent honesty. I told your brother I had meant to fascinate him, and that I was not in love with him, but I let him think that perhaps I meant to marry him. I think I did mean to marry him. I had never cared for anybody, and I thought it might be there really wasn't anything more than a kind of excited fondness. I can't be sure, but I think that though I did mean to marry him, I never should have done it, because that sort of a marriage it's sacrilege. Something would have stopped me. Something did stop me. It was your sister-in-law, Sybil. She meant no harm, but she was horrible, and she put what I was doing into such horrible words, and they were the truth. Oh, I saw myself. She was proposing a miserable compact with me, and I couldn't breathe the air of the same room with her, though I'd so cheapened myself she had a right to assume that I would. But I couldn't. I left her, and I wrote to your brother just a quick scrawl. I told him just what I'd done. I asked his pardon, and I said I would not marry him. I posted the letter, but he never got it. That was the afternoon he was killed. That's all, Bibbs. Now you know what I did, and you know M. She pressed her clenched hands tightly against her eyes, leaning far forward, her head bowed before him. Bibbs had forgotten himself long ago. His heart broke for her. Couldn't you? Isn't there, won't you? He stammered. Mary, I'm going with father, isn't there some way you could use the money without? She gave a choked little laugh. You gave me something to live for, he said. You kept me alive, I think, and I've hurt you like this. Not you, oh no. You could forgive me, Mary? Oh, 1,000 times. Her right hand went out in a faltering gesture and just touched his own for an instant. But there's nothing to forgive. And you can't, what, Bibbs? You couldn't marry you, she said for him. Yes, no, no, no. She sprang up, facing him, and, without knowing what she did, she set her hands upon his breast, pushing him back from her a little. I can't, don't you see? Mary, no, no. And you must go now, Bibbs. I can't bear any more. Please, Mary, never, 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 she cried, in a passion of tears. You mustn't come any more. I can't see you, dear. Never, never, never. Somehow, in helpless, stumbling obedience to her beseeching gesture, he got himself to the door and out of the house. Chapter 30. Sybil and Roscoe were upon the point of leaving when Bibbs returned to the new house. He went straight to Sybil and spoke to her quietly, but so that the others might hear. When you said that if I'd stopped to think, I'd realize that no one would be apt to care enough about me to marry me, you were right, he said. I thought perhaps you weren't, and so I asked Miss Vertrees to marry me. It proved what you said of me, and disproved what you said of her. She refused. And, having thus spoken, he quitted the room as straightforwardly as he had entered it. He's so queer. Mrs. Sheridan gasped. Who on earth would thought of his doing that? I told you, said her husband grimly. You didn't tell us he'd go over there, and I told you she wouldn't have him. I told you she wouldn't have Jem, didn't I? Sybil was altogether taken aback. Do you suppose it's true? Do you suppose she wouldn't? He didn't look exactly like a young man that had just got things fixed up fine with his girl, said Sheridan. Not to me, he didn't. But why would I told you, he interrupted, angrily. She ain't that kind of a girl. If you got to have proof, well, I'll tell you, and get it over with, though I'd pretty near just as soon not have to talk a whole lot about my dead boy's private affairs. She wrote to Jim she couldn't take him, and it was a good, straight letter, too. It came to Jim's office. He never saw it. She wrote it the afternoon he was hurt. I remember I saw her put a letter in the mailbox that afternoon, said Roscoe. Don't you remember, Sybil? I told you about it. I was waiting for you while you were in there so long talking to her mother. It was just before we saw that something was wrong over here, and Edith came and called me. Sybil shook her head, but she remembered, and she was not cast down, for although some remnants of perplexity were left in her eyes, they were dimmed by an increasing glow of triumph, and she departed after some further fragmentary discourse visibly elated. After all, the guilty had not been exalted, and she perceived vaguely, but none the less surely, that her injury had been copiously avenged. She bestowed a contented glance upon the old house with the cupola as she and Roscoe crossed the street. When they had gone, Mrs. Sheridan indulged in reverie, but after a while she said uneasily, "Papa, you think it would be any use to tell Bibbs about that?" Letter? I don't know, he answered, walking moodily to the window. I've been thinking about it. He came to a decision. I reckon I will. And he went up to Bibbs's room. Well, you going back on what you said? He inquired brusquely as he opened the door. You going to take it back and lay down on me again? No, said Bibbs. Well, perhaps I didn't have any call to accuse you of that. I don't know as you ever did go back on anything you said exactly, though the Lord knows you've laid down on me enough. You certainly have. Sheridan was baffled. This was not what he wished to say, but his words were unmanageable. He found himself unable to control them, and his querulous abuse went on in spite of him. I can't. Say I expect much of you, not from the way you always been, up to now, unless you turn over a new leaf, and I don't see any encouragement to think you're going to do that. If you go down there and show a spark of real git up, I reckon the whole office'll fall in a faint. But if you're ever going to show any, you better begin right at the beginning and begin to show it tomorrow. Yes, I'll try. You better if it's in you. Sheridan was sheerly nonplussed. He had always been able to say whatever he wished to say, but his tongue seemed bewitched. He had come to tell Bibbs about Mary's letter, and to his own angry astonishment he found it impossible to do anything except to scold like a drudge driver. You better come down there with your mind made up to hustle harder than the hardest working man that's under you, or you'll not get on very good with me, I tell you. The way to get ahead, and you better set it down in your books, the way to get ahead is to do 10 times the work of the hardest worker that works FRU. But you don't know what work is yet. All you've ever done was just stand around and feed a machine a child could handle, and then come home and take a bath and go callin'. I tell you, you're up against a mighty different proposition now, and if you're worth your salt, and you never showed any signs of it, yet not any signs that stuck out enough to bang somebody on the head and make 'em sit up and take notice, well, I want to say, right here and now, and you better listen, because I want to say just what I do say. I say, he meandered to a full stop, his mouth hung open, and his mind was a hopeless blank. Bibbs looked up patiently, an old look. Yes, father, I'm listening. That's all, said Sheridan, frowning heavily. That's all I came to say, and you better see Aunt you remember it. He shook his head warningly and went out, closing the door behind him with a crash. However, no sound of footsteps indicated his departure. He stopped just outside the door and stood there a minute or more. Then abruptly he turned the knob and exhibited to his son a forehead liberally covered with perspiration. "Look here," he said crossly, "that girl over yonder wrote Jim a letter." "I know," said Bibbs. "She told me." Well, I thought you needn't feel so much upset about it. The door closed on his voice as he withdrew, but the conclusion of the sentence was nevertheless audible. If you knew she wouldn't have Jim either. And he stamped his way downstairs to tell his wife to quit her frettin' and not bother him with any more fool's errands. She was about to inquire what Bibbs said, but after a second thought she decided not to speak at all. She merely murmured a wordless assent, and verbal communication was given over between them for the rest of that afternoon. Bibbs and his father were gone when Mrs. Sheridan woke the next morning, and she had a dreary day. She missed Edith woefully, and she worried about what might be taking place in the Sheridan building. She felt that everything depended on how Bibbs took hold, and upon her husband's return in the evening she seized upon the first opportunity to ask him how things had gone. He was non-committal. What could anybody tell by the first day? He'd seen plenty go at things well enough right at the start and then blow up. Pretty near anybody could show up fair the first day or so. There was a big job ahead. This material, such as it was Bibbs, in fact, had to be broken in to handling the work Roscoe had done, and then, at least as an overseer, he must take Jim's position in the realty company as well. He told her to ask him again in a month. But during the course of dinner she gathered from some disjointed remarks of his that he and Bibbs had lunched together at the small restaurant where it had been Sheridan's custom to lunch with Jim, and she took this to be an encouraging sign. Bibbs went to his room as soon as they left the table, and her husband was not communicative after reading his paper. She became an anxious spectator of Bibbs's progress. As a man of business, although it was a progress she could glimpse but dimly and only in the evening, through his remarks and his father's at dinner. Usually Bibbs was silent, except when directly addressed, but on the first evening of the third week of his new career he offered an opinion which had apparently been the subject of previous argument. "I'd like you to understand just what I meant about those storage rooms, Father," he said, as Jackson placed his coffee before him. Abercrombie agreed. "With me, but you wouldn't listen to him." "You can talk, if you want to, and I'll listen," Sheridan returned. "But you can't show me that Jim ever took up with a bad thing. The roof fell because it hadn't had time to settle and on account of weather conditions. I want that building put just the way Jim planned it." "You can't have it," said Bibbs. "You can't because Jim planned for the building to stand up, and it won't do it. The other one, the one that didn't fall, is so shot with cracks we haven't dared use it for storage. It won't stand weight. There's only one thing to do. Get both buildings down as quickly as we can and build over. Brick's the best and cheapest in the long run for that type." Sheridan looked sarcastic. "Fine. What we going to do for storage rooms while we're waiting for those few bricks to be laid?" "Rent," Bibbs returned promptly. "We'll lose money if we don't rent. Anyhow, they were waiting so long for you to give the warehouse matter your attention after the roof fell. You don't know what an amount of stuff they've got piled up on us over there. We'd have to rent until we could patch up those process perils, and the Krivich Manufacturing Company's plant is empty, right across the street. I took an option on it for us this morning." Sheridan's expression was queer. "Look here," he said sharply, "did you go and do that without consulting me?" "It didn't cost anything," said Bibbs. "It's only until tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. I undertook to convince you before then." "Oh, you did?" Sheridan's tone was sardonic. "Well, just suppose you couldn't convince me." I can though, and I intend to, said Bibbs quietly. I don't think you understand the condition of those buildings you want patched up. Now see here, said Sheridan with slow emphasis. Suppose I had my mind set about this. Jim thought they'd stand, and suppose it was? Well, kind of a matter of sentiment with me to prove he was right. Bibbs looked at him compassionately. I'm sorry if you have a sentiment about it, father, he said. But whether you have or not can't make a difference. You'll get other people hurt if you trust that process, and that won't do. And if you want a monument to Jim, at least you want one that will stand. Besides, I don't think you can reasonably defend sentiment in this particular kind of affair. Oh, you don't? No, but I'm sorry you didn't tell me you felt it. Sheridan was puzzled by his son's tone. Why are you sorry? He asked curiously. Because I had the building inspector up there this noon, said Bibbs, and I had him condemn both those buildings. What? He'd been afraid to do it before, until he heard from us, afraid you'd see he lost his job. But he can't uncondemn them. They've got to come down now. Sheridan gave him a long and piercing stare from beneath lowered brows. Finally, he said, How long did they give you on that option to convince me? Until 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All right, said Sheridan, not relaxing. Unconvinced. Bibbs jumped up. I thought you would be. I'll telephone the Krevich agent. He gave me the option until tomorrow, but I told him I'd settle it this evening. Sheridan gazed after him as he left the room, and then, though his expression did not alter in the slightest, a sound came from him that startled his wife. It had been a long time since she had heard anything resembling a chuckle from him, and this sound, although it was grim and dry, bore that resemblance. She brightened eagerly. Looks like he was startin' right well, don't it, Papa? Startin', Lord, he got me on the hip. Why, H.E. knew what I wanted. That's why he had the inspector up there, so Tone he'd have me beat before we even started to talk about it. And did you hear him? Cat reasonably defends sentiment, and the way he says us took an option for us, stuff piled up on us. There was always an alloy for Mrs. Sheridan. I don't just like the way he looks. Though, Papa, oh, there's got to be something. Only one chick left at home, so you start to frettin' about IT. No, he's changed. There's kind of a seddish look to his face, and I guess that's the common sense comin' out on him then, said Sheridan. You'll see symptoms like that in a good many businessmen, I expect. Well, and he don't have as good color as he was gettin' before, and he'd begun to fill out some, but Sheridan gave forth another dry chuckle, and, going round the table to her, patted her upon the shoulder with his left hand, his right being still heavily bandaged, though he no longer wore a sling. That's the way it is with you. Mama got to take your frettin' out one way if you don't another. No, he don't look well. It ain't exactly the way he looked when he begun to get sick that time, but he kind of seems to be losing some way. Yes, he may lost something, said Sheridan. I expect he's lost a whole lot of foolishness besides his God-forsaken notions about writin' poetry, and no, his wife persisted. I mean, he looks right peaked, and yesterday when he was settin' with us he kept looking out the window, he wasn't readin'. Well, why shouldn't he look out the window? He was looking over there. He never read a word all afternoon, I don't believe. Look here, said Sheridan. Bibbs might 'a' kept going on over there the rest of his life, moonin' on and on, but what he heard Sybil say did one big thing anyway. It woke him up out of his trance. Well, he had to go and bust clean out with a bang, and that stopped his going over there. and it stopped his poetry, but I reckon he's begun to get pretty fair pay for what he lost. I guess a good many young men have had to get over worries like his. They got to lose smithing if they're going to keep ahead of the procession nowadays, and it kinda looks to me, Mama, like Bibbs might keep quite a considerable long way ahead. Why, a year from now, I'll bet you he won't know there ever was such a thing as poetry. And ain't he funny? He wanted to stick to the shop so's he could think. What he meant was, think about something useless. Well, I guess he's keeping his mind pretty occupied the other way these days. Yes, sir, it took a pretty fair-sized shop to get him out of his trance, but it certainly did the business. He patted his wife's shoulder again, and then, without any prefatory symptoms, broke into a boisterous laugh. Honest, Mama, he works like a gorilla. Chapter 31. And so Bibbs sat in the porch of the temple with the money changers. But no one came to scourge him forth, for this was the temple of bigness, and the changing of money was holy worship and true religion. The priest bore that settish look Bibbs's mother had seen beginning to develop about his mouth and eyes, a wary look which she could not define, but it comes with service at the temple, and it was the more marked upon Bibbs for his sharp awakening to the necessities of that service. He did as little useless thinking as possible, giving himself no time for it. He worked continuously, keeping his thoughts still on his work when he came home at night, and he talked of nothing whatever except his work. But he did not sing at it. He was often in the streets, and people were not allowed to sing in the streets. They might make any manner of hideous uproar they could shake buildings. They could out-thunder the thunder, deafen the deaf, and kill the sick with noise. Or they could walk the streets or drive through them bawling. Squawking or screeching as they chose, if the noise was traceably connected with business, though street musicians were not tolerated, being considered a nuisance and an interference. A man or woman who went singing for pleasure through the streets like a crazy Neapolitan would have been stopped, and belike locked up. For freedom does not mean that a citizen is allowed to do every outrageous thing that comes into his head. The streets were dangerous enough, in all conscience, without any singing, and the Motor Federation issued public warnings declaring that the pedestrian's life was in his own hands, and giving directions how to proceed with the least peril. However, Bibbs Sheridan had no desire to sing in the streets or anywhere. He had gone to his work with an energy that, for the start at least, was bitter, and there was no song left in him. He began to know his active fellow citizens. Here and there among them he found a leisurely, kind soul, a relic of the old period of neighborliness, pioneer stock usually. And there were men particularly among the merchants and manufacturers so honest they leaned backward. Reputations sometimes attested by stories of heroic sacrifices to honor, nor were there lacking some instances of generosity even nobler. Here and there, too, were bookmen, in their little leisure, and, among the Germans, music men, and these, with the others, worshipped bigness and the growth, each man serving for his own sake and for what he could get out of it, but all united in their faith in the beneficence and glory of their God. To almost all alike, that service stood as the most important thing in life, except on occasion of some such vital brief interregnum as the dangerous illness of a wife or child. In the way of relaxation, some of the servers took golf, some took fishing, some took shows a mixture of infantile and negroid humor, stockings, and tin music, some took an occasional debauch, some took trips, some took cards, and some took nothing. The high priests were vigilant to watch that no relaxation should affect the service. When a man attended to anything outside his business, eyes were upon him. His credit was in danger, that is, his life was in danger, and the old priests were as ardent as the young ones. The million was as eager to be bigger as the 1,000. 70 was as busy as 17. They strove mightily against one another, and the old priests were the most wary, the most plausible, and the most dangerous. Bibbs learned he must walk charily among these. He must wear 1,000 eyes and beware of spiders indeed. And outside the temple itself were the pretenders, the swarming thieves and sharpers and fleecers, the sly rascals and the open rascals. But these were feeble folk, not dangerous once he knew them, and he had a good guide to point them out to him. They were useful sometimes, he learned, and many of them served as go-betweens in matters where business must touch politics. He learned also how breweries and traction companies and banks and other institutions fought one another for the political control of the city. The newspapers, he discovered, had lost their ancient political influence, especially with the knowing, who looked upon them with a skeptical humor, believing the journals either to be retained partisans, like lawyers, or else striving to forward the personal ambitions of their owners. The control of the city lay not with them, but was usually obtained by giving the hordes of Negroes gin money and by other largesses. The revenues of the people were then distributed as fairly as possible among a great number of men who had assisted the winning side. Names and titles of offices went with many of the prizes, and most of these title holders were expected to present a busy appearance at times, and, indeed, some among them did work honestly and faithfully. Bibbs had been very ignorant. All these simple things, so well known and customary, astonished him at first, and once in a brief moment of forgetting that he was done with writing, he thought that if he had known them and written of them, how like a satire the plainest relation of them must have seemed. Strangest of all to him was the vehement and sincere patriotism. On every side he heard it. It was a permeation. The newest school-child caught it, though just from Hungary and learning to stammer a few words of the local language. Everywhere the people shouted of the power, the size, the riches, and the growth of their city. Not only that, they said that the people of their city were the greatest, the finest, the strongest, the biggest people on earth. They cited no authorities and felt the need of none, being themselves the people thus celebrated. And if the thing was questioned, or if it was hinted that there might be one small virtue in which they were not perfect and supreme, they wasted no time examining themselves to see if what the critic said was true, but fell upon him and hooted him and cursed him, for they were sensitive. So Bibbs, learning their ways and walking with them, hearkened to the voice of the people and served business with them, for the voice of the people is the voice of their God. Sheridan had made the room next to his own into an office for Bibbs, and the door between the two rooms usually stood open. The father had established that. Intimacy. One morning in February, when Bibbs was alone, Sheridan came in, some sheets of typewritten memoranda in his hand. "Bibbs," he said, "I don't like to butt in very often this way, and when I do, I usually wish I hadn't. But for heaven's sake, what have you been buying that old busted inner traction stock for?" Bibbs leaned back from his desk. "For $1,155. That's all it cost." "Well, it ain't worth 1,155 cents. You ought to know that." "I don't get your idea. That stuff's deader'n Adam's cat. It might be worth something some day." "How?" "It mightn't be so dead not if we went into it," said Bibbs coolly. "Oh!" Sheridan considered this musingly. Then he said, "Who'd you buy it from?" "A broker Fan Smith." "Well, he must 'a' got it from one of the crowd of poor ninnies that was soaked with it." Don't you know who owned it? Yes, I do. Ain't saying though. That it? What's the matter? It belonged to Mr. Vertrees, said Bibbs shortly, applying himself to his desk. So? Sheridan gazed down at his son's thin face. Excuse me, he said. Your business. And he went back to his own room. But presently he looked in again. I reckon you won't mind luncheon alone today. He was shuffling himself into his overcoat because I just thought I'd go up to the house and get this over with Mama. He glanced apologetically toward his right hand as it emerged from the sleeve of the overcoat. The bandages had been removed finally that morning, revealing but 3 fingers. The forefinger and the finger next to it had been amputated. She's bound to make an awful fuss, and better to spoil her lunch than her dinner. I'll be back about 2. But he calculated the time of his arrival at the new house so accurately that Mrs. Sheridan's lunch was not disturbed, and she was rising from the lonely table when he came into the dining room. He had left his overcoat in the hall, but he kept his hands in his trousers pockets. "What's the matter, Papa?" she asked quickly. "Has anything gone wrong? You ain't sick?" "Me," he laughed loudly. "Me sick? You had lunch. Didn't want any today. You can give me a cup of coffee, though." She rang and told George to have coffee made, and when he had withdrawn she said querulously, "I just know there's something wrong." "Nothing in the world," he responded heartily, taking a seat at the head of the table. "I thought I'd talk over a notion of mine with you, that's all. It's more women folks' business than what it is man's, anyhow. What about, why, old Doc Gurney was up at the office this morning a while to look at your hand. How's he say it's doin'?" "Fine. Well, he went in and sat around with Bibbs a while." Mrs. Sheridan nodded pessimistically. "I guess it's time you had him too." "I knew Bibbs. Now, Mama, hold your horses. I wanted him to look Bibbs over before anything's the matter. You don't suppose I'm going to take any chances with Bibbs, do you? Well, afterwards, I shut the door, and I and old Gurney had a talk. He's a mighty disagreeable man. He rubbed it in on me what he said about Bibbs having brains if he ever woke up. Then I thought he must want to get something out of me. He got so flattering for a minute. Bibbs couldn't help having business brains, he says, being your son. Don't be surprised. He says, don't be surprised at his making a success, he says. He couldn't get over his heredity. He couldn't help being a business success once you got him into it. It's in his blood. Yes, sir, he says. It doesn't need much brains, he says, and only third. Rate brains at that, he says. But it does need a special kind o' brains, he says, to be a millionaire. I mean, he says, when a man's given a start, if nobody gives him a start, why, of course he's got to have luck and the right kind of brains. The only miracle about Bibbs, he says, is where he got the other kind of brains, the brains you made him quit us in and throw away. But what he say about his health? Mrs. Sheridan demanded impatiently as George placed a cup of coffee before her husband. Sheridan helped himself to cream and sugar and began to sip the coffee. "I'm comin' to that," he returned placidly. "See how easy I manage this cup with my left hand, Mama? You been doing that all winter?" "What did—" "It's wonderful," he interrupted admiringly, "what a fellow can do with his left hand. I can sign my name with mine now, well's I ever could with my right. It came a little hard at first, but now, honest, I believe I rather sign with my left. That's all I ever have to write anyway, just the signature. Rest's all dictatin'." He blew across the top of the cup unctuously. "Good coffee, Mama. Well, about Bibbs. Old Gurney says he believes if Bibbs could somehow get back to the state of mind he was in about the machine shop, that is, if he could some way get to feeling about business the way he felt about the shop, not the poetry and writing part. But he paused, supplementing his remarks with a motion of his head toward the old house next door. He says Bibbs is older and harder than he was when he broke down that time, and besides, he ain't the kind of dreamy way he was then, and I should say he ain't. I'd like him to show anybody his age that's any wider awake. But he says Bibbs's health never need bother us again if Mrs. Sheridan shook her head. I don't see any help that way, you know. Yourself she wouldn't have Jim. Who's talking about her having anybody? But, my lord, she might let him look at her. She needn't. I got so mad, just because he asked her, that she won't let him come in the house any more. He's a mighty funny boy. In some ways I reckon he's pretty near as hard to understand as the Bible. But Gurney kind of got me in the way of thinking that if she'd let him come back and sit around with her an evening or two sometimes. Not regular, I don't mean why. Well, I just thought I'd see what you to think of it. There ain't any way to talk about it to Bibbs himself. I don't suppose he'd let you anyhow. But I thought maybe you could kind of slip over there some day and sort of fix up to have a little talk with her and kind of hint around till you see how the land lays and ask her, me. Mrs. Sheridan looked both helpless and frightened. No, she shook her head decidedly. It wouldn't do any good. You won't try it. I won't risk her turning me out of the house. Some way that's what I believe she did to Sybil, from what Roscoe said once. No, I can't. And, what's more, it only make things worse. If people find out you're running after 'em, they think you're cheap, and then they won't do as much for you as if you let 'em alone. I don't believe it's any use, and I couldn't do it if it was. He sighed with resignation. All right, Mama, that's all. Then, in a livelier tone, he said, Old Gurney took the bandages off my hand this morning, all healed up, says I don't need 'em any more. Why, that's splendid, Papa, she cried, beaming. I was afraid. Let's see. She came toward him, but he rose, still keeping his hand in his pocket. Wait a minute, he said, smiling. Now it may give you just a teeny bit of a shock, but the fact is, well, you remember that Sunday when Sibyl came over here and made all that fuss about nothing. It was the day after I got tired of that statue when Edith's telegram came, let me see your hand. She cried. Now wait, he said, laughing and pushing her away with his left hand. The truth is, Mama, that I kinda slipped out on you that morning when you wasn't looking and went down to old Gurney's office. He told me to, you see. And, well, it doesn't amount to anything. And he held out, for her inspection, the mutilated hand. You see, these days when it's all dictatin' anyhow, nobody'd mind just a couple o'. He had to jump for her. She went over backward. For the second time in her life, Mrs. Sheridan fainted. Chapter 32. It was a full hour later when he left her lying upon a couch in her own room, still lamenting intermittently, though he assured her with heat that the fuss she was making irked him far more than his physical loss. He permitted her to think that he meant to return directly to his office. But when he came out to the open air, he told the chauffeur in attendance to await him in front of Mr. Vertrees's house, whither he himself proceeded on foot. Mr. Vertrees had taken the sale of half of his worthless stock as manna in the wilderness. It came from heaven by what agency he did not particularly question. The broker informed him that parties were interested in getting hold of the stock, and that later there might be a possible increase in the value of the large amount retained by his client. It might go quite a ways up within a year or so, he said, and he advised sitting tight with it. Mr. Vertrees went home and prayed. He rose from his knees, feeling that he was surely coming into his own again. It was more than a mere gasp of temporary relief with him, and his wife shared his optimism, but Mary would not let him buy back her piano, and as for furs, spring was on the way, she said. But they paid the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker, and hired a cook once more. It was this servitress who opened the door for Sheridan and presently assured him that Miss Vertrees would be down. He was not the man to conceal admiration when he felt it, and he flushed and beamed as Mary made her appearance, almost upon the heels of the cook. She had a look of apprehension for the first fraction of a second, but it vanished at the sight of him, and its place was taken in her eyes by a soft brilliance, while color rushed in her cheeks. "Don't be surprised," he said. "Truth is, in a way it's sort of on business I looked." "In here. It'll only take a minute, I expect." "I'm sorry," said Mary. "I hoped you'd come because we're neighbors." He chuckled. "Neighbors? Sometimes people don't see so much of their neighbors as they used to. That is, I hear so lately. You'll stay long enough to sit down, won't you? I guess I could manage that much." And they sat down, facing each other and not far apart. "Of course, it couldn't be called business exactly," he said more gravely. "Not at all, I expect. But there's something of yours, it seemed to me, I ought to give you, and I just thought it was better to bring it myself and explain how I happen to have it. It's this letter you wrote my boy." He extended the letter to her solemnly, in his left hand, and she took it gently from him. It was in his mail. "After he was hurt. You knew he never got it, I expect." "Yes," she said in a low voice. He sighed. "I'm glad he didn't. Not," he added quickly, "not but what you did just right to send it. You did. You couldn't act it any other way when it came right down to it. There ain't any blame comin' to you. You were above board all through." Mary said, "Thank you," almost in a whisper, and with her head bowed low. "You have to excuse me for readin' it. I had to take charge of all his mail and everything. I didn't know the handwritin', and I read it all once I got started." "I'm glad you did." "Well," he leaned forward as if to rise, "I guess that's about all. I just thought." "You ought to have it. Thank you for bringing it." He looked at her hopefully, as if he thought and wished that she might have something more to say. But she seemed not to be aware of this glance, and sat with her eyes fixed sorrowfully upon the floor. "Well, I expect I'd better be getting back to the office," he said, rising desperately. I told my partner I'd be back at 2 o'clock, and I guess he'll think I'm a poor businessman if he catches me behind time. I got to walk the chalk a mighty straight line these days with that fellow keeping tabs on me." Mary rose with him. "I've always heard you were the hard driver." He guffawed derisively. "Me? I'm nothing to that partner of mine. You couldn't guess to save your life how he keeps after me to hold up my end of the job." "I." "Shouldn't be surprised he'd give me the grand bounce some day and run the whole circus by himself. You know how he is once he goes a thing." "No," she smiled. "I didn't know you had a partner. I'd always heard," he laughed, looking away from her. "It's just my way o' speaking o' that boy o' mine, Bibbs." He stood then, expectant, staring out into the hall with an air of careless geniality. He felt that she certainly must at least say, "How is Bibbs?" But she said nothing at all, though he waited until the silence became embarrassing. "Well, I guess I better be getting down there," he said at last. He might worry. "Goodbye, and thank you," said Mary. "For what?" "For the letter." "Oh," he said blankly. "You're welcome. Goodbye." Mary put out her hand. "Goodbye. You'll have to excuse my left hand," he said. "I had a little accident to the other one." She gave a pitying cry as she saw. "Oh, poor Mr. Sheridan. Nothin' at all. Dictate everything nowadays, anyhow." He laughed jovially. "Did anybody tell you how it happened? I heard you hurt your hand, but no, not just how." "It was this way," he began, and both, as if unconsciously, sat down again. "You may not know it, but I used to worry a good deal about the youngest o' my boys, the one that used to come to see you sometimes, after gym. That is, I mean Bibbs. He's the one I spoke of as my partner. And the truth is, that's what it's just about going to amount to, one of these days, if his health holds out. Well, you remember, I expect, I had him on a machine over at a plant of mine, and sometimes I kinda sneak in there and see how he was getting along. Take a doctor with me sometimes, because Bibbs never was so robust, you might say. Old Doc Gurney. I guess maybe you know him? Tall, thin man, acts sleepy, yes. Well, one day, I and old Doc Gurney, we were in there, and I undertook to show Bibbs how to run his machine. He told me to look out, but I wouldn't listen, and I didn't look out, and that's how I got my hand hurt. Trying to show Bibbs how to do something he knew how to do, and I didn't. Made me so mad I just wouldn't even admit to myself. It was hurt, and so by and by, old Doc Gurney had to take kinder radical measures with me. He's a right good doctor, too. Don't you think so, Miss Vertrees? Yes, yes, he is so. Sheridan now had the air of a rambling talker and gossip with all day on his hands. Take him on Bibbs's case. I was talking about Bibbs's case with him this morning. Well, you laugh to hear the way old Gurney talks about that. Course he is just as much a friend as he is doctor, and he takes as much interest in Bibbs as if he was in the family. He says Bibbs isn't anyways bad off yet, and he thinks he could stand the pace and get fat on it if, well, this is what made you laugh if you'd been there, Miss Vertrees, honest it would." He paused to chuckle and stole a glance at her. She was gazing straight before her at the wall, her lips were parted, and visibly she was breathing heavily and quickly. He feared that she was growing furiously angry, but he had led to what? He wanted to say, and he went on, determined now to say it all. He leaned forward and altered his voice to one of confidential friendliness, though in it he still maintained a tone which indicated that old Doc Gurney's opinion was only a joke he shared with her. "Yes, sir, you certainly would." I laughed. "Why, that all man thinks you got something to do with it. You'll have to blame it on him, young lady, if it makes you feel like starting out to whip somebody. He's actually got this theory, he says. Bibbs got to getting better while he worked over there at the shop, because you kept him cheered up and feeling good. And he says if you could manage to just stand him, hanging around a little, maybe not much, but just sometimes again, he believed it'd do Bibbs a mighty lot of good. Course, that's only what the doctor said. Me, I don't know anything about that, but I can say this much, I never saw any such a mental improvement in anybody in my life as I have lately in Bibbs. I expect you'd find him a good deal more entertaining than what he used to be, and I know it's a kind of embarrassing thing to suggest. After the way he piled in over here that day to ask you to stand up before the preacher with him, but according to old Doc Gurney, he's got you on his brain so bad, Mary jumped. "Mr. Sheridan," she exclaimed. He sighed profoundly. "There, I noticed you were getting mad. I noticed you were getting mad." "I didn't, no, she cried. "But I don't understand, and I think you don't. What is it you want me to do?" He sighed again, but this time with relief. Well, well, he said. You're right. It'll be easier to talk plain. I ought to known I could with you all the time. I just hoped you'd let that boy come and see you sometimes, once more. Could you? You don't understand. She clasped her hands together in a sorrowful gesture. Yes, we must talk plain. Bibbs heard that I'd tried to make your oldest son care for me because I was poor, and so Bibbs came and asked me to marry him because he was sorry for me. And I can't see him any more, she cried in distress. I can't! Sheridan cleared his throat uncomfortably. You mean because he thought that about you? No, no. What he thought was true. Well, you mean he was so much in you. Mean he thought so much of you. The words were inconceivably awkward upon Sheridan's tongue. He seemed to be in doubt even about pronouncing them, but after a ghastly pause, he bravely repeated them. You mean he thought so much of you that you just couldn't stand him around? No, he was sorry for me. He cared for me. He was fond of me, and he'd respected me too much. In the finest way he loved me, if you like, and he'd have done anything on earth for me as I would for him, and as he knew I would. It was beautiful, Mr. Sheridan, she said, but the cheap, bad things one has done seem always to come back. They wait, and pull you down when you're happiest. Bibbs found me out, you see, and he wasn't in love with me at all. He wasn't? Well, it seems to me he gave up everything he wanted to do. It was fool stuff, but he certainly wanted it mighty bad. He just threw it away and walked right up and took the job he swore he never would, just for you. And it looks to me as if a man that do that must think quite a heap of the girl he does it for. You say it was only because he was sorry, but let me tell you there's only one girl he could feel that sorry for. Yes, sir. No, no, she said. Bibbs isn't like other men. He would do anything for anybody. Sheridan grinned. Perhaps not so much as you think nowadays, he said. For instance, I got kind of a suspicion he doesn't believe in sentiment in business. But that's neither here nor there. What he wanted was, just plain and simple, for you to marry him. Well, I was afraid his thinking so much of you had kind of sickened you of him the way it does sometimes. But from the way you talk, I understand that ain't the trouble. He coughed, and his voice trembled a little. Now here, Miss Vertrees, I don't have to tell you because you see things easy. I know I got no business coming to you like this, but I had to make Bibbs go my way instead of his own. I had to do it for the sake of my way instead of his own. I had to do it for the sake of my business and on his own account, too, and I expect you got some idea how it hurt him to give up. Well, he's made good. He didn't come in half-hearted or mean. He came in all the way, but there isn't anything in it to him. You can see he's just shut his teeth on it and going ahead with dust in his mouth. You see, one way of looking at it, he's got nothing to work for, and it seems to me like it cost him your friendship, and I. Believe honest, that's what hurt him the worst. Now you said we talk plain. Why can't you let him come back? She covered her face desperately with her hands. I can't. He rose, defeated and looking it. Well, I mustn't press you, he said gently. At that she cried out, and dropped her hands and let him see her face. Ah! He was only sorry for me. He gazed at her intently. Mary was proud, but she had a fatal honesty, and it confessed the truth of her now. She was helpless. It was so clear that even Sheridan, marveling and amazed, was able to see it. Then a change came over him. Gloom fell from him, and he grew radiant. Don't, don't, she cried. "You mustn't, I won't tell him," said Sheridan from the doorway. "I won't tell anybody anything." Chapter 33. There was a heavy town fog that afternoon, a smoke mist, densest in the sanctuary of the temple. The people went about in it, busy and dirty, thickening their outside and inside linings of coal tar, asphalt, sulfurous acid, oil of vitriol, and the other familiar things the men like to breathe and to have upon their skins and garments and upon their wives and babies and sweethearts. The growth of the city was visible in the smoke and the noise and the rush. There was more smoke than there had been this day of February a year earlier. There was more noise, and the crowds were thicker yet quicker in spite of that. The traffic policemen had a hard time, for the people were independent. They retained some habits of the old market town period and would cross the street anywhere and anyhow, which not only got them killed more frequently than if they clung to the legal crossings, but kept the motormen, the chauffeurs, and the truck drivers in a stew of profane nervousness. So the traffic policemen led harried lives. They themselves were killed, of course, with a certain periodicity, but their main trouble was that they could not make the citizens realize that it was actually and mortally perilous to go about their city. It was strange, for there were probably no citizens of any length of residence who had not personally known either someone who had been killed or injured in an accident or someone who had accidentally killed or injured others. And yet perhaps it was not strange, seeing the sharp preoccupation of the faces. The people had something on their minds. They could not stop to bother about dirt and danger. Mary Bertrees was not often downtown. She had never seen an accident until this afternoon. She had come upon errands for her mother connected with a timorous refurbishment, and as she did these, in and out of the department stores, she had an insistent consciousness of the Sheridan Building. From the street, anywhere, it was almost always in sight, like some monstrous geometrical shadow, murk-colored and rising limitlessly into the swimming heights of the smoke mist. It was gaunt and grimy and repellent. It had nothing but strength. And size, but in that consciousness of Mary's the great structure may have partaken of beauty. Sheridan had made some of the things he said emphatic enough to remain with her. She went over and over them, and they began to seem true. Only one girl he could feel that sorry for. "Gurney says he's got you on his brain so bad." The man's clumsy talk began to sing in her heart. The psalm was begun there when she saw the accident. She was directly opposite the Sheridan Building then, waiting for the traffic to thin before she crossed, though other people were risking the passage, darting and halting and dodging parlously. Two men came from the crowd behind her, talking earnestly, and started across. Both wore black. One was tall and broad and thick, and the other was taller but noticeably slender. And Mary caught her breath, for they were Bibbs and his father. They did not see her, and she caught a phrase in Bibbs's mellow voice, which had taken a crisper ring. $68,000, not 68,000 buttons. It startled her queerly, and as there was a glimpse of his profile, she saw for the first time a resemblance to his father. She watched them. In the middle of the street, Bibbs had to step ahead of his father, and the two were separated. But the reckless passing of a truck beyond the second line of rails frightened a group of country women who were in course of passage. They were just in front of Bibbs and shoved backward upon him violently. To extricate himself from them, he stepped back, directly in front of a moving trolley car, no place for absent-mindedness. But Bibbs was still absorbed in thoughts concerned with what he had been saying to his father. There were shrieks and yells. Bibbs looked the wrong way, and then Mary saw the heavy figure of Sheridan plunge straight forward in front of the car. With absolute disregard of his own life, he hurled himself at Bibbs like a football player shunting off an opponent, and to Mary it seemed that they both went down together. That was all she could see: automobiles, trucks, and wagons closed. In between, she made out that the trolley car stopped jerkily, and she saw a policeman breaking his way through the instantly condensing crowd, while the traffic came to a standstill and people stood up in automobiles or climbed upon the hubs and tires of wheels, not to miss a chance of seeing anything horrible. Mary tried to get through. It was impossible. Other policemen came to help the first, and in a minute or two the traffic was in motion again. The crowd became pliant, dispersing. There was no figure upon the ground, and no ambulance came, but one of the policemen was detained by the clinging and beseeching of a gloved hand. "What is the matter, lady? Where are they?" Mary cried. "Who? Old man Sheridan. I reckon he wasn't much hurt." His son, was that who the other one was? "I seen him knock him." "Oh, he's not bad off, I guess, lady. The oldie man got him out of the way all right." The fender shoved the old man around some, but I reckon he only got shook up. They both went on in the Sheridan building without any help. "Excuse me, lady." Sheridan and Bibbs, in fact, were at that moment in the elevator, ascending. "Whisk broom up in the office," Sheridan was saying. "You got to look out on those corners nowadays, I tell you. I don't know I got any call to blow, though, because I tried to cross after you did. That's how I happened to run into you. Well, you want to remember to look out after this. We were talking about Murtry's asking $68,000 flat for that 99-year lease. It's his lookout if he'd rather take it that way, and I don't know but no," said Bibbs emphatically as the elevator stopped. "He won't get it. Not." "From us he won't, and I'll show you why. I can convince you in 5 minutes." He followed his father into the office anteroom and convinced him. Then, having been diligently brushed by youth of color, Bibbs went into his own room and closed the door. He was more shaken than he had allowed his father to perceive, and his side was sore where Sheridan had struck him. He desired to be alone. He wanted to rub himself and, for once, to do some useless thinking again. He knew that his father had not happened to run into him. He knew that Sheridan had instantly and instinctively proved that he held his own life of no account whatever compared to that of his son and heir. Bibbs had been unable to speak of that, or to seem to know it, for Sheridan, just as instinctively, had swept the matter aside as of no importance, since all was well reverting immediately to business. Bibbs began to think intently of his father. He perceived as he had never. Perceived before, the shadowing of something enormous and indomitable and lawless, not to be daunted by the will of nature's very self, laughing at the lightning and at wounds and mutilation, conquering, irresistible and blindly noble. For the first time in his life, Bibbs began to understand the meaning of being truly this man's son. He would be the more truly his son henceforth, though, as Sheridan said, Bibbs had not come downtown with him meanly or half-heartedly. He had given his word because he had wanted the money, simply, for Mary Vertrees in her need, and he shivered with horror of himself, thinking how he had gone to her to offer it, asking her to marry him with his head on his breast, in shameful fear that she would accept him. He had not known her. The knowing had lost her to him, and this had been his real awakening, for he knew now how deep had been that slumber wherein he dreamily celebrated the superiority of friendship. The sleepwalker had wakened to bitter knowledge of love and life, finding himself failure in both. He had made a burnt offering of his dreams, and the sacrifice had been an unforgivable hurt to Mary. All that was left for him was the work he had not chosen, but at least he would not fail in that, though it was indeed no more than dust in his mouth. If there had been anything to work for, he went to the window, raised it, and let in the uproar of the streets below. He looked down at the blurred, hurrying swarms, and he looked across, over the roofs with their panting jets of vapor, into the vast, foggy heart of the smoke. Dizzy traceries of steel were rising dimly against it, chattering with steel on steel, and screeching in steam, while tiny figures of men walked on threads in the dull sky. Buildings would overtop the Sheridan. Bigness was being served. But what for? The old question came to Bibbs with a new despair. Here, where his eyes fell, had once been green fields and running brooks, and how had the kind earth been despoiled and disfigured? The pioneers had begun the work, but in their old age, their orators had said for them that they had toiled and risked and sacrificed that their posterity might live in peace and wisdom, enjoying the fruits of the earth. Well, their posterity was here, and there was only turmoil. Where was the promised land? It had been promised by the soldiers of all the wars. It had been promised to this generation by the pioneers. But here was the very posterity to whom it had been promised, toiling and risking and sacrificing in turn. For what? The harsh roar of the city came in through the open window, continuously beating upon Bibbs's ear until he began to distinguish a pulsation in it, a broken and irregular cadence. It seemed to him that it was like a titanic voice, discordant, hoarse, rustily metallic, the voice of the god, Bigness. And the voice summoned Bibbs as it summoned all its servants. Come and work, it seemed to yell. Come and work for me, all men, by your youth and your hope I summon you. By your age and your despair I summon you to work for me yet a little, with what strength you have. By your love of home I summon you. By your love of woman I summon you. By your hope of children I summon you. You shall be blind slaves of mine, blind to everything but me, your master and driver. For your reward you shall gaze only upon my ugliness. You shall give your toil and your lives. You shall go mad for love and worship of my ugliness. You shall perish still worshiping me, and your children shall perish knowing no other God. And then, as Bibbs closed the window down tight, he heard his father's voice booming in the next room. He could not distinguish the words, but the tone was exultant, and there came the "Tump! Tump!" of the maimed hand. Bibbs guessed that Sheridan was bragging of the city and of Bigness to some visitor from out of town, and he thought how truly Sheridan was, the high priest of Bigness. But with the old thought again, what for? Bibbs caught a glimmer of far faint light. He saw that Sheridan had all his life struggled and conquered, and must all his life go on struggling and inevitably conquering, as part of a vast impulse, not his own. Sheridan served blindly, but was the impulse blind? Bibbs asked himself if it was not he who had been in the greater hurry after all. The kiln must be fired before the vases glazed, and the Acropolis was not crowned with marble in a day. Then the voice came to him again, but there was a strain in it as of some high music struggling to be born of the turmoil. Ugly I am, it seemed to say to him, but never forget that I am a god. And the voice grew in sonorousness and in dignity. The highest should serve, but so long as you worship me for my own sake, I will not serve you. It is man who makes me ugly, by his worship of me. If man would let me serve him, I should be beautiful. Looking once more from the window, Bibbs sculptured for himself in the vague contortions of the smoke and fog above the roofs, a gigantic figure with feet pedestaled upon the great buildings and shoulders disappearing in the clouds, a colossus of steel and wholly blackened with soot. But Bibbs carried his fancy further. for there was still a little poet lingering in the back of his head, and he thought that up over the clouds, unseen from below, the giant labored with his hands in the clean sunshine, and Bibbs had a glimpse of what he made there, perhaps for a fellowship of the children, that were children now a noble and joyous city, unbelievably white. It was the telephone that called him from his vision. It rang fiercely. He lifted the thing from his desk and answered, and as the small voice inside it spoke, he dropped the receiver with a crash. He trembled violently as he picked it. But he told himself he was wrong. He had been mistaken. Yet it was a startlingly beautiful voice, startlingly kind too, and ineffably like the one he hungered most to hear. "Who?" he said, his own voice shaking like his hand. "Mary," he responded with two hushed and incredulous words. "Is it?" There was a little thrill of pathetic half-laughter in the instrument. "Bibbs, I wanted to see if you—" "Yes, Mary. I was looking when you were so nearly run over." "I saw it, Bibbs. They said you hadn't been hurt, they thought. But I wanted to know for myself." No, I wasn't hurt at all, Mary. It was Father who came nearer it. He saved me. Yes, I saw. But you had fallen. I couldn't get through the crowd until you had gone. And I wanted to now. Mary, would you have minded? He said. There was a long interval before she answered. Yes. Then why yes, Bibbs. I don't know what to say, he cried. It's so wonderful to hear your voice again. I'm shaking, Mary. I don't know anything except that I am talking to you. It is you, Mary? Yes, Bibbs. Mary, I've seen you from my window at home only 5 times since then. You looked, oh, how can I tell you? It was like a man chained in a cave catching a glimpse of the blue sky, Mary. Mary, won't you let me see you again, near? I think I could make you really forgive me. You'd have to. I did then. No, not really, or you wouldn't have said you couldn't see me anymore. That wasn't the reason. The voice was very low. Mary, he said, even more tremulously than before, I can't you. Couldn't mean it was because you can't mean it was because you care. There was no answer. Mary, he called huskily, if you mean that, you'd let me see you, wouldn't you? And now the voice was so low, he could not be sure it spoke at all. But if it did, the words were, yes, Bibbs, dear. But the voice was not in the instrument. It was so gentle and so light, so almost nothing it seemed to be made of air, and it came from the air. Slowly and incredulously he turned, and glory fell upon his shining eyes. The door of his father's room had opened. Mary stood upon the threshold. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.